would prefer it if you didn't play officials wasted. How do you respond?
You can try to stop me.
Take a bow, ladies and gentlemen.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
We started off the group stage a bit shaky, I would say. I guess there was some nerves involved. We needed to kind of figure out the setup. We couldn't really get the AC working at the start, but the further we went, the better we started playing. And I think in the first two matches, both of those could have gone either way. And we went 1 for 1 there. So, I mean, it was kind of, apart from the start, I think we played really good.
In Dota, that felt good for you as well. Like, I mean, coming into this, joining the new international team and banging out an important RMR. How was the group stage for you?
The group stage was fine. I still think that we didn't really show the best ENCE that we could have shown, to be honest. But I'm just happy that we managed to be the first in our group, even though it kind of got to the point where it was kind of out of our hands. But it's still, I'm happy.
We played Heroic, which was like our biggest rival in Denmark right now, so that was good to take one on LAN back. I don't think they have one on LAN against us, I'm not too sure.
Best of 3 Cologne, best of 1 here.
Yeah, but the time span hasn't been like too long, but it always feels good, so yeah.
Yeah, so good vibrations after that group stage then, Magisk.
Yeah, definitely. I believe that it's always fun to go 5-0 in a group stage. So we're obviously really happy with that. But I think the most important win was against Heroic. It's always fun playing against Heroic because they are honestly a really amazing team. I think they play some good CS and they have a lot of talent and a lot of young players. So obviously I think it also comes down to them not having the experience on LAN. I think they're not playing this on the same level as they're doing online. But maybe with time they can compete at the same level.
matchup on hand is yet another semi-final. Just one of these teams looking to go against NIP tomorrow. That one was just decided. Now we've got to decide Astralis versus ENCE, and this one does pack a punch. That's right. Because on the line is what, Dinko?
On the line is the final spot, a legend spot as well. You know, ENCE made the major yesterday, going up against Astralis. Looking to try and take them down. This team have been looking good throughout the group stages, now into the playoffs as well. I think Astralis are kind of underestimated coming into this event, and we've all been very impressed by the likes of Lucky.
It's true. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I think he has done a great job so far in this Astralis lineup. Not as much impact yesterday as we saw in the group stages, right? But that's normal. It's his first game in such an environment, in a studio environment. The rest of the team was getting the job done as well. So I think Astralis is just looking forward to him getting more experience. That way he can be more relaxed in some of the more important games that are ahead of them at the major.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot to digest right there, a lot to unpack for a team like ENCE, probably exceeding expectations. And weirdly enough, I would say Astralis as well.
You know, Trace, I'm seeing a pattern here, to be honest. Like, I'm constantly expecting these teams who don't have very much experienced players or have played well online to just underperform more and regress more, but they're actually playing in more or less the exact same way they are online. We're not, we're seeing teams be aggressive, we're seeing them go for plays, we're seeing them be proactive on the CT side, have ballsy calls on the T side, right? So I think just this online period has really enabled everyone to catch up a lot quicker.
I think I get it. I think I see what you're talking about. I also think there are other people that have, paid witness to that. They've seen examples of it. This is a guy yesterday who was watching on with ENCE, and you might recognize him as Junior. ENCE looking like a top 10 team right now. Do we agree with that?
I think right now the performances, they are very close to being top 10 anyway. So I think if they just keep this up, another performance against Astralis could be impressive. And yeah, I think with the level they've got, they certainly have the capabilities of being in that top 10 consistently, maybe battling for those spots in the top 10. But right now with that performance yesterday, absolutely. Question is, will they be able to keep that up? Because we see big performances out of Snappy. We see huge performances out of some of the young players that are relatively inexperienced. Will they be able to keep it up? I hope so, because they look really solid right now.
They do look really solid, and it's a scary thing for Astralis to have all the experience in the world. Let's just flash back a little bit here to EPL seasons where they squared off with one another. This is a matchup that we have gotten in the past. What can you tell me about it? Well,
ENCE obviously took a 2-0 against Astralis. I think Hades had a very good game back in Pro League, and this is with a different Astralis roster. They had Glyph playing over there. It was one of the newer tournaments for Lucky, settling into the team. And the most impressive there is the win on Nuke 16-11. I thought that was a good showing from ENCE, a map that Astralis have always been comfortable on and have shown in this event they're very comfortable on it as well. It's a different team, though, coming into this event. It's a different beast playing Astralis on LAN.
That was just a weird tournament for Astralis. I mean, as you could have seen there, they were in the boot camp, right? First event after the break, practiced before the event started, and just individually, the veterans actually were not doing really anything. Glaive had one of his worst tournaments ever as well. So that just seemed to be a completely off tournament for Astralis, right? A lot of frustration from them. So I think they've definitely played much better since, and they've been defying the odds, so to speak, right? Just every time we think, they're going to lose this game, they're going to drop off, they've stepped it up and proven us wrong.
And then, yesterday, okay, other than a real long freaking game, what did we learn about Astralis in their matchup with Fiend?
Well, I think Fiend were a team that had a lot of scary prospects going up against a team like FaZe Clan, but I think against Astralis, you've got to really try and break up that system. And we understood that Astralis' system is not easily broken down, right? They just completely systematically dismantled the Fiend side, just locked them out of the game. They were never in it. They were never really there putting pressure on Astralis. I feel like they were just very comfortable. And at that point, you've got to make Astralis sweat. You've got to force them into that game of feeling uncomfortable, into the brawl. Because if you're going to play Astralis on head-to-head, tactical Counter-Strike, you got to lose that battle pretty much 9 times out of 10. You got to force them under your game.
Yeah, you have to. You got to force them out of a comfort zone. For us, the comfort zone takes us over to the ENCE camp, where in which we have Paula catching up with Saw.
What's up, guys? I'm here with Saw, the coach of ENCE. So great to see you. Congratulations on the performance so far. Let's talk about this upcoming Astralis match. You beat them at EPL. Do you think you can repeat that tonight?
Yeah, I mean, I do think so. Like, why not? We have been playing some good CS, so I just hope we can show it again today and just play a good match. In the end, like, that's the main thing I want from us. just to show good CS, no matter if we win or lose. But we just need to be like giving it our all, just be happy with it.
After yesterday, what is the mood in the team like? I'm sure you're all extremely happy, but you're also very focused on this upcoming matchup.
Yeah, like obviously everyone is really happy because we qualified for the major. It was the main goal for us, and we achieved it. But the tournament is not over, and we still like want to give it our all, like I said before. But it is really important that we just keep playing, keep going one match at a time, and just that's how it is.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Saw, and best of luck.
Thank you.
Was that like a little audio mix or sort of like censorship of maybe something that got yelled in the background? It kind of sounded like that to me. I'm not entirely sure. What did you take away from what he was saying there, Janko?
Yeah, just, you know, very happy about achieving the result. I think you could see on his face and the tone of his voice just the relief. Right?
Yeah.
That's all behind them. They've made it to the major. Everything is a bonus from this point on. Similar like NIP had the talk after map 1 against Vitality.
Yeah, it's kind of you know, it's almost as relieving as winning a pistol round, if I had to guess. Like, it has to be that little bit of weight off your shoulders, Dinko.
Yeah, definitely. And I think Saw, he's a player himself, right? Very recently he was playing with Havu in that Tier 2 scene. I think it's cool to have a coach that's so fresh from playing, right? You come in, you have this whole idea, you realize how Tier 2 Counter-Strike's been playing online, you have a great read of the current meta of Counter-Strike. I think he's been crucial in helping ENCE get to this level quickly, and I really like the move of him going from player to coach, and it's worked out for him. Not a lot of players can do that quickly.
But those pistols, Janko.
Yes. Dinko, back to you.
Back to you in the studio, Dinko.
All right, so Diha, he's an incredible pistol player. How many clutches did we see on Dust 2 coming out of him yesterday? That was just unbelievable. He nearly had a huge pullback in the 1 versus 5 clutch. Diha has been looking crispy. I think his aim is just some of the best you can see right now. Those deagles, it used to be a meme every time he used to play with Sprout. You see a deagle in his hand, you knew he was at least getting 1 kill in those rounds. He just seems to have some unbelievable raw aim. Up against Zipex, who has very good numbers himself. He's been doing it on the dual Berettas. It's not even to the level of Diha, so it just kind of shows how strong he is.
Finally, Chad has to admit that dualies are actually overpowered and that everyone should be using them.
The dual Beretta meta is here.
Dual Beretta meta. That's not bad, man. You some kind of rap god or something?
No, that's all I got. That's all I got.
He's a poet and he didn't know.
Yeah, he's a poet. He didn't know it, and we certainly aren't afraid to show it up here on the desk because we need to talk a little bit about
This
everything.
was mad. This round yesterday was crazy. This was like, okay, never mind.
Yeah, that was the one I was talking about, right? Where he hits that one shot onto ramp and really has a shot at winning it.
G2 somehow managing to lose a 4v1 with both sides.
Well, that...
They're pretty good at that from time to time. It's weird. It seems like a reoccurring theme from time to time. You know, we got a lot of moving parts here when it comes to both sides of the team. And both teams even. When you think about, you know, some players to watch, I'm pretty sure you could probably pinpoint that at Diha and Bubsky for different reasons, which I think is what we should do right now with our Epix GG players to watch.
Yesterday, Diha showed us a career-defining performance versus G2, boasting a 1.18 rating, 69 kills, and a highlight reel of smart, flashy plays. This young man truly cemented himself on LAN as a rising star. Along with that, under the Finnish banner of ENCE, Diha, side by side with his teammate Hades, have become an island of hope for Polish Counter-Strike. Perhaps a mixture of the former, determination, raw skill, and national pride will be the recipe needed for Diha and ENCE to capture the IEM Fall title. However, on Astralis, we have Bubsky, another young gun who has experienced a similar career trajectory. And he will no doubt be doing everything he can to stop Diha and ENCE's momentum. Bubsky, originally on the bench for Astralis, he was no stranger to watching from the sidelines. But he fought, he proved himself, and now he's just a few steps away from his first LAN win with the team. On top of that, he's already secured his first major, which lies just a couple of weeks away, tantalizingly on the horizon. The question is, which one of these two young, hungry, and motivated players will come out on top when they face off head to head?
What's up, gamers, and welcome back to the floor. I'm stood in front of Astralis right now. They are about to square off against ENCE, this is our second semi-final. The winner of this will play NIP in the final tomorrow. I can tell from speaking to ENCE's coach, which I think you've already seen, yes, that these guys are focused, they're ready to go. There's a lot on the line, and coming off yesterday, I think they're quietly confident. However, will it be enough to topple the monstrous Astralis lineup behind me? These guys, of course, a mixture of veterans and newer up-and-coming young guns. I can't wait to see exactly what happens. Let's head over to the desk and check in with Trace.
Well, I don't know that you're going to be checking in with me, but you'll probably be here for some time if you're watching the show. We spend the majority of the time here rather than there. So for us, maybe rolling it all the way back to Dust 2 yesterday, Dinko.
Yeah, Dust 2 would take a look at a round that I feel ENCE are going to have to do against Astralis, and it is how they played aggressive on the CT side of Dust 2. You can see this tunnels aggression coming in. I think they're going to have to do a lot of this against Astralis. I think you're going to have to see them just be annoying and try and disrupt that system, break it apart. They were finding so much success against G2, going with some of these aggressive stances on that CT side and making it uncomfortable for G2. And even in these retakes, because they had done so much initial damage, they were confident just straight up going in with a dry peek on Snappy. They're winning on that one-piece utility. So we're looking at ENCE as a team that are confident in their own abilities right now, and I think they've got to use that. They showed against G2 they can go toe-to-toe with those individuals. I think Astralis are a weaker individual team than G2. I think this actually feels like less of a challenge on paper right now going up against this Astralis team than it should against the G2, and I think ENCE have got to approach it and try and disrupt that system and bring them into a playing field where ENCE are more favored, more comfortable.
Yeah, I think some of the approaches that they had against G2 can just be replicated against Astralis in a sense of aggression on the CT side, not allow them to do their thing. And on the T side, again, probably a little bit more unorthodox aggression. Like the players try to go for some individual plays, right? So you don't get stuck in that situation where you're just doing things step by step. And Astralis is just, throwing utility at you, blocking you with smokes and molotovs, doing damage with HEs and so on.
And so this kind of leads us into the discussion of where those are going to be used, right? You start to think about what map we're going to play. I have to think of something along the lines of, a 7-map win streak for Astralis after yesterday. Close series on Nuke against Heroic and Complexity in the group stage. But out of Nuke and Inferno, where are they most competent?
I think, Nuke, obviously, you look at their map pool with this lineup that they've played Nuke the most times. I think 5 times altogether. If you combine Blast as well at this tournament, it's like Nuke, Inferno, Overpass. And Inferno has been the permaban recently of ENCE, so we might not even get to see that map to begin with. Nuke, we've seen ENCE be a very strong team on the map as well. So ENCE here has the opportunity to really punish this from Astralis, make it uncomfortable for them in a sense of Lucky playing on a different map that he's not used to. I think that's the way to go here in this veto.
They struggled on the T side of Nuke yesterday, ENCE against G2. They got beat 16-7 on that map. And for the Astralis side, when you're looking at Nuke, which should come up in this series, we're going to have to look at Magisk on that map as well, and you've got to really take him down. You've got to stop him from getting outside early, because he was just getting into that position time and time again, and if Nuke comes up, you've got to try and counter that Magisk play, and if you do that, I feel like you've got a much better shot.
Well, God bless, we got Mirage the hell out of here. I'm about done with that. So anyway, Nuke, first map, there you go. Who would have saw it coming, Yanko?
Yeah, the Astralis really just going with what they know, what they're comfortable with, where, again, Lucky is going to feel very comfortable with and practice on the map. For ENCE now, it gets a little bit different, right? Where do they want to take it? Last time, the picks were the opposite, right? Like Astralis picked Ancient, ENCE picked...
Bad.
Now ENCE picks Ancient here because they won last time, so... That could be just going off of the results. They haven't played the map as much, but they actually had, decent success on it, won it 3 times out of 5.
And this is exciting because we haven't really seen Astralis get pressured outside of their comfort pool of the maps they've been able to play so far in this competition, Inferno and Nuke. And I feel like when you're looking at Ancient as a map coming up, it really will be a test of this Astralis roster, because we are impressed with their performance, but we have seen them on maps they've been able to drill, fix problems from day one, and really get comfortable on it. Over on Ancient, that's a question mark coming into this.
I think also here, Astralis just goes for Overpass because they've, again, played it. I think that's not going to be a surprise. And also Dust 2, right, with the change, probably don't want to play that this late in the tournament. And yeah, I think Astralis still decent, all things considered, right? Like they have to go for nuke there, and we'll see if ENCE is able to make some of the adjustments compared to yesterday.
So speaking of adjustments, since Glave's absence from the server, I've just got to ask, are there any noticeable differences in the approach over here from Astralis? Like, is it still gelling without him?
I think Magis is actually calling for himself a little bit. I think he's put himself in very good positions because he's confident in his own ability. Magis is a very comfortable and confident player, and a lot of his T-side calling has been around him getting himself into good positions, and he has done that really well. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of that. I think Magis is definitely one of the best players in this Astralis team, and in this event he is up there as the highest rated player. Bubsky on those entries has been crucially important for the Astralis side as well, but Magis for me is actually the star player of this team at the moment and the in-game leader.
Yeah, he's been doing a great job. Nuke especially, right? That's been kind of his role for a while now towards outside. So we'll see how ENCE decides to deal with that. They've had individuals stepping up as well, right? Diha most notably. That's going to be a head-to-head almost really when you look at this particular map and that area.
Like, his aim is so crisp, it's almost disturbing from time to time, and that's a guy you want on your team if you're ENCE. D-Hop proven his worth. Hades, you could throw him in there. Spinks as well, This is a guy that's shown up in spades. He showed up to play, Dinko.
He did. Spinks is definitely a player that we wanted a little bit more out of at times, but when he does show up, he's incredibly good for this ENCE side. He's the X factor. He's a player that's come out of Israel alongside Flames, and those two players really took the world by storm in the online era. I'm happy that he's been able to find a team like ENCE, because I was wondering, where is this player going to go? Flames got Endpoint, and then Spinks finally he was around contact gaming and then got put into this ENCE team, and he's definitely been the player to watch for me in terms of the rifling abilities. As you mentioned, touched on, Hades is definitely a player to look at, but one player that doesn't really get talked about too much is Doto, and he's the last Finn on this team, at least playing. We got Saul in the coaching room, but Doto and Dhat together, I think they provide so much stability for this ENCE team. Doto finds not a lot of kills in comparison to his teammates, but the kills he does find are crucially important. He's solid in the clutch. I think he has probably one of the best game sense in this team right now, and Doto is still a very relatively inexperienced player, and he provides so much stability. That, for me, is crucially important for a team like ENCE, who maybe do have some of these individuals that can go a bit hot and cold sometimes. Just having that stability and that rock to rely on, that's definitely important for a team like ENCE.
Yeah, just flipping the page back over to the Astralis side, it's Dupree and Magisk. They've had their foot on the gas through this event. Dupree was crucial in that game with Astralis in the group stage versus Heroic. We also heard just how important that was to the Astralis side right here. What are these two vets doing right? We've been talking about Magisk, but what about Dupree?
Well, I think for him is just being back in his natural role as the entry fragger and being able to take initiative and just find openings, right? I think he's one of those guys, obviously very fearless in his style. We saw early on during the group stages in a couple of those new games, I think against Heroic, where he did really, in some rounds, 3v3s late on, like really high pressure situations. Dupree just finds, the crucial kills that turns the round in Astralis' favor, and that's where they really... You come in and an experienced player really changes the game for you.
The worrying thing I have for ENCE coming into this is how good Astralis can be on the CT side of Nuke and how lackluster their T side was yesterday. If you let Astralis get into a situation on that T side where they get enough rounds with the system, where they get maybe 8 rounds on that T side, they go into the CT side, they go off to a good start with a pistol and a conversion, it can quickly run away with you. And I think Astralis in that CT side, once they get that ball rolling, the protocols and team play and double stacks towards the back of the A side are just so solid. They have all of the answers on Nuke here. If you start to adapt, Astralis always have the answer to come up with something. And that is worrying for ENCE, because yesterday they really struggled to find any adaptations or any answers to the G2 CT side that was just punishing them.
Well, the G2 was also just really killing them.
Sick.
Really
they were sick.
hard,
Just
right?
the headshots. Just the headshots.
They did put themselves in some good situations, but when Nico just wide peaks and one taps you, even though you're waiting for him, not too much you can do at that point. You can't keep hiding forever or play super passive and super safe all the time. So I think we're, quietly in store for a really, really fun game, because listening to the comms of these teams or watching Astralis play, you could tell that the communication was good, that it was really flowing, that everyone was super aware of what was going on the map. And ENCE, when we got to hear some of their comms, well, the ones we're supposed to hear at the very least, right? You could tell they were also very calm and relaxed. There wasn't really shouting of information. Obviously, they're shouting when you win the round. You're hyping people up, but information is relayed in a calm way that, the players can receive it and still be focused on their crosshair, on their game. That's super important. That's what good communication consists of.
Especially as an international team as well. They have so many different nationalities in this team. Keeping calm comms, right? That's incredibly important because you can't mess up. You know, these guys that are speaking in a second language to themselves, obviously they're very proficient speakers, but when you're in that chaotic situation, you need to pass some crucial info on. It's important to stay calm. And I think Snappy has been a pretty underrated player in this event and probably his whole career, right? His redemption arc. He's had so many chances and so many teams have wanted to pick him up, and you know, they never really worked out. This could be the final time where Snappy finally at the ripe old age of, I think he's 32 right now, gets a great team put together, and he's performing like a beast in this competition as well.
And I think also talking about communication, something that's like to maybe bring it a little bit closer to the viewers, right? So for these non-native speaker teams, obviously, you know, when you speak in English, it's not as much a problem, right, to relay, okay, there's a couple of guys here, or smoke here, flash here, Molotov. Like for players, the communication problem with English being the second language comes in when you want to say something more complex and it has a couple of layers to it. For example, right, like you're in a good position and you want to say, okay, wait, now I'm just gonna, you know, draw some attention to myself, throw a flash. When I throw the smoke, that's when you guys need to just show yourselves, and then the guy on the other side you push, right? Like that for someone who's
I lost track, Yanko.
In English, it's like, right, and you need to say that fast. You need to say it, you know, in a proper way so that
precisely
people understand
too,
you,
you know?
because the difference, you know, a great call can become a terrible call if the timing is off by just a couple of seconds, right? Like timing is everything in Counter-Strike. So that's the problem. Even if you're able to relay that, if you're like, I'm gonna smoke here, you guys then just a little bit there, and then you at that point, you know, someone already probably died by some aggressive play somewhere, right? So that's the thing, and that's why I think we still see, even though some of these international teams are working, right, it's the teams who speak their native language who've been mostly on the top throughout the last couple of years, really.
And, you know, as far as being bilingual goes, I look at you, Dinko, because you're Irish. So I feel like, you know, there's a chance you could tell us a thing or two about that.
I don't speak any other language apart from English. So I'm going to look at Yanko for that because,
oh, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he does the full job in English. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really know any other languages of forced choice. I'm just one of those ignorant people who speaks one language. But coming into this event, I think, you know, the communication, you can focus in on the fact like an international team really need a leader, one clear voice, because we talk about all the time, you know, too many cooks in the kitchen and you end up with a spoiled meal, right?
That's partially correct, young Padawan. you need two voices on every team. You need to have an in-game leader, but there needs to be a guy that helps him out, right? Like there needs
like
to be
the
a second
mid-round
guy. Yeah. Even if you look at like City side, yeah, you can have, but you like to have two guys on both sides of the map who are vocal, who can call the setups, who can call the plays, see openings, and direct the second player a little bit more. You always have, you know, if you have both players who like to talk and like to be vocal and active on the same side, they're just gonna bump heads, and that's probably not going to work. So T side as well, in-game leader can't put himself everywhere, right? That's where you always have like having an experienced anchor on the T side. You look at Carrigan, he's an in-game leader who's part of the group, similar to Apex, right? But that's why they have an Olofmeister, a Shocks, a Twists, who are going to, on the side of the map, really give them good information or be able to make a call based on what they see happening.
And perhaps, you know, just maybe the ENCE side has, you know, taken a deeper dive down that. Let's hear from them.
I think the reason why it's working so good for us now is the fact that from the start we've been trying to put a culture in the team where everyone, nobody is above the team basically, which means that everybody will have to do the dirty work sometimes. There's no one who's going to get like a free pass on that. Yeah. And I think the fact that we are still enforcing that idea is a major contributor, because everyone is willing to basically take a bullet for the teammate. And I think that's something, when teams lose that, it usually spirals downhill really fast. So I think that's one of the key factors.
Now, of course, that's from the ENCE side, and you've got to think there's a lot of takeaways. There's a lot of growing pains for these international teams, and that's something that, you know, we discovered within the first international teams that came about.
Yeah, definitely. And you know what's one of the pros of this sort of an ENCE lineup is there's no single like superstar on that team.
It's true.
In terms of ego. Like there's no guy out there who's like, oh yeah, I'm like the go-to guy here.
I'm gonna get my spots.
I'm gonna,
Screw
you
your
know,
spots.
like you go die for me or whatever, right? And that's actually what Snap is talking about, is the players being selfless, really, right? And just anyone playing for each other, understanding whoever's in the best position, playing as a unit, being on the same page, and that's how you can get some really good results going.
And that's because they're all in the same period of their career, right? There's no one here that's massively experienced. I think Snappy is obviously experienced, but he's in that situation where he's still looking for that breakout team to bring him to the next level. For the other guys, it's all about just making a career out of this at the top. These guys have been playing in tier 2 teams and qualifiers and events, dreaming of the day they can be in the playoffs of an Intel Extreme Masters playing against Astralis, and now they're here and they're all kind of in the same mindset. And there's so many talented players in that tier 2 scene that we knew D-How was definitely going to be a player that if he got a shot, he would be able to deal with it. But I think he was always in those Polish teams, and I think a lot of players like that end up...
Sprout.
Yeah, Sprout, exactly. And that team just didn't really have the pieces to go to the next level. But D-How, to me, was clearly a player in that roster who looked like he was better than being in that team. A lot of other players hold themselves back by playing in these same nationality rosters. And I think when you put a team like ENCE together, obviously it looked like it was going to be Finnish forever. But I mean, at a certain point, there isn't enough Finnish players to put into the team unless you're recycling players. And unfortunately, you got to go international, and it's worked out perfectly. I don't think anybody thought this recipe was going to taste good, but sometimes you come across a crazy concoction and it makes for a perfect meal.
Yeah, and you know, for a lot of different reasons, there's a couple things to consider here. And I think one of them, too, is, you know, there's a guy with his career in Bubsky who's almost been memed on for riding the pine, right, for being on the bench. And now he finds himself right on the front lines, doesn't he?
Yeah, I think for Bubsky, you know, in that Mad Lions lineup, I think they were by the end, you know, he was the sort of a star player, X factor, right, going for those cheeky plays, really having a lot of impact. So going from that sort of not even just from that sort of a situation, but also as that style of a player, it feels like there's nothing worse for you than not to play, you know, and that's the position he found himself in. And I think he's a guy that what they did initially was, okay, just nuke or this or that and just put him into Zipex roles. Like, he cannot be a Zipex for you, right? Like, if you want to play him, you have to let him be himself and do his own thing, right? And incorporate, like, mold your game a little bit so it accommodates him to some extent. And once we saw Astralis start to do that a little bit, when their hand was almost forced, really, in a way, that's when you saw Bubsky have some better games.
Yeah, for Bubsky, for any football fans or soccer fans out there, it kind of reminds me of the career of Gareth Bale, right? Played for Tottenham Hotspur, was one of the star players.
That's a lot of praise.
Yeah, and then went to Real Madrid and sat on the bench the whole time, just watching the matches. For me, that's Bubsky. You know, you think you're going to the big shot, you think you go to the big league, you get stuck playing on the bench. And Bubsky, his play style couldn't be any different, as Janko was saying to Zipex. And I think there was a couple of interviews Glaive gave as well, where you saying, you know, Bubsky doesn't really play it like how we need right now. He's too aggressive. He dies every round. And I think there was pressure on Bubsky to do that because you only get a shot at playing one map every now and then. You have to go and show what you can do.
Better do something cool, dude.
Yeah, you got to step up. The pressure's on to make the play.
But you know what they say about assumptions, right, guys? Like, I'm pretty sure you probably know this, Dinka. What do they say about assumptions?
It makes an ass out of you and me, Trace.
Nice. I think that would be assumed. But anyway, okay, yeah, we'll take that. We can't really take assumptions here for the side of Bubsky. Now, what we can do is let him speak for himself on his goals and ambitions, and basically maybe even his whole life. Let's find out.
We always set a goal first, that the first goal was to qualify for the major, and when you reach your goals, you obviously strive for new things. This time around, we tried to go for the legend stage. I think that's what we're aiming for now. I think we need to aim at around the top 2 spots to have a chance at those, so we're going to do everything to get those.
So are we safe in calling Bubsky Big Bale now?
Yeah, Big Bill, that's him. You know, he's got to get that long hair going as well. Bubsky is definitely a player that's exciting to me, not only because he plays the weird sitting position. You know, he's an exciting player, aggressive, confident, CT side, T side. And when we looked at him at Mad Lions, we thought, okay, here's another Danish player. Here's another one coming onto the scene.
Another one.
Yeah, and he got added as a 6th man. I was a little disappointed because you really know that it's unlikely he was ever going to be put in that often. But with the way Astralis has gone, he's getting his shot, and I think Bubsky's been impressive. You look at this event, he has one of the highest opening kill ratings, so he's been looking good in those entries and being that aggressive player, and that supplements Dupree as well. So they have a good thing going, I think.
And Janko, I want to continue this conversation, so let's not lose focus, but I do want to remind the viewers at home that there's a game to be played here. It's a semifinal. Happens to be Astralis versus ENCE. We didn't just like bring 10 dudes in here, put them in jerseys, and then like, okay, cool. Maybe you guys sit here and play for a little while, pretend to log into Steam or something. No, we are just waiting to get into the game, and with him taking his headset off, that doesn't bode well, does it, Yanko? Oh, mask out now too, of course.
A quick break, I guess. But yeah, I think also I was saying how Babski, Astralis needs to accommodate him a little bit, right, and so on. But he also needs to change to some extent, right? He really doesn't feel like an Astralis player, like a type of player that plays for Astralis. He's very outspoken.
He's a Mustang.
Definitely didn't get that media training or needs a couple of extra classes.
Asked too many questions, apparently.
Asked too many questions, as we saw in some of the interviews with the players and so on. Right? He's a little bit eccentric, and that's not really what Astralis is. They're just like
machines,
boring, and they just like kill you to death, and they just win games, right? And,
yeah, they break.
And major
break
championships. So it has to, they have to meet in the middle, really meet halfway, and we'll see if that's actually something that's possible. Otherwise, we're talking about Danish teams here.
Yeah.
There's so much talent out there. There is a world in which Astralis just decides to move on.
Yeah, and in the Astralis side, they're no strangers to picking up things like majors, right? Like these are veterans of the game. You don't get many more accolades than they've already put on their mantle. So you've just got to keep that in mind, and maybe they did as well, as they gave some quick answers.
What it takes for win the major, I think it's a bunch of things, right?
To win a major, you definitely need to be composed and be synchronized in every single way possible inside a team. You can't make mistakes. Not even the smallest type of mistakes will cost you the game.
You have to have your peak as a team at that point, because everyone is aiming for the win right there. It's what everyone wants to win, and it's where everyone bring out their A game.
You need to, first of all, have a lot of guts. You probably also need some luck, but you definitely also need a great amount of team play, but also the right mindset.
You play to win. You don't play not to lose, and I think that's a really important phrase to have in your team if you want to succeed in a major.
So my favorite classic major moment would have to be Cloud9 winning the Boston E-League major.
Cloud9 are your E-League major champions!
You probably couldn't have got a better storyline. You couldn't have got a better conclusion. You couldn't have had a better arena and atmosphere that they had at the time in Boston. Also creates a lot of time for things to have shifted and changed up to that point.
There are so many storylines coming together. There's so much new blood at the major.
Absolutely, this is going to be the most exciting major in a long time, and I just can't wait for it to start.
So I think being like real, I think our focus now is get legends. Be on legends is our focus and our goal. But in the same time, we still have a big chance to win as well.
I think a lot of teams and a lot of players, they just want to win just one major in their career, and then, you know, they're satisfied. And now I've won 4, and I'm in a position where like I will need to win another or 2 more because I feel like I still have the capability to do so. I miss it.
Olaf, are you ready to get a major trophy in Kerrigan's cabinet?
Yeah, for sure. I think he deserves one.
The majors are a very jovial and exciting time. It's a celebration of many things, to include that of the Counter-Strike that we watch day in and day out. It's a blessing to have one, and I can't wait for that to get started. Also, can't seem to wait for this semifinal to get started because we need to go to a little bit longer of a break. I do want to apologize to you, the viewer at home, and maybe even some of the viewers around here. I don't know. I'm in a big green box nonetheless. Either way, we've got a semifinal coming your way. It's going to be ENCE taking on Astralis, that first map, a nuke, and we're going to be heading there momentarily. Please stand by.
in position for it, but Simple still making it work. And a wallbang shot right through.
Simple. He needs a multi-kill, first found, Twist aggressing. They have to double peek, he's getting his shot, he's hitting another one! Simple! No! Simple! That's unbelievable!
First out play from that Moldy. Here's it coming in. He peeks out and gets it into the 1v1. What a play for Perfecto.
First round foul. Simple doing it all. I think he knows where he's coming from. The flash is perfect. They're getting hunted. And Simple, he finishes it for Na'Vi. Defusing and defusing now. The smoke is there. They're on it. The kit's been recovered. They could actually. No, Nafany falls and Na'Vi. That's exactly what they wanted. They'll take it 3-0.
we've got from Ben. He's looking for all these angles. Doesn't know where they could be, but finally, actually got a timing on the smoke there. He's found another one. One at Banana, one Ruins, but Ben has tapped the bomb again. Another headshot and just about misses out. Hats with a 4K. Bit that is just an end.
Close, Shox takes the swing. Oh, a follow-up out of Electronic. And they'll close it out. A 2-on-3 and simple.
Act 10 and Attack 9, and we've seen Astralis play a lot of nuke here. We've seen them really temper the clock and have success. A lot of different maneuvers, but out we go again.
Yep, Doto stands and delivers a first, but Spinks is ready and waiting. Bobsky still into the top side, not long though. And already ENCE convert, the Force Spy falls flat. And yeah, I mean, Glaive made the right call as well.
Yeah, he would be hearing his kid was born.
Well, exactly. He'd be playing a game. He'd be going into it as it was happening. I mean, he said he didn't want that to ever be an opportunity or a possibility. So, good congratulations to him and Astralis, of course, managing to, operate without him. I think that was also something we credited them a lot for. They did play some brilliant Counter-Strike to secure themselves a spot here in the playoffs. We are battling into our second semi-final.
Yeah, the desk covered a lot of stuff there in that bit of field, guys. We had a bit of a tech issue. Obviously, we want to make sure everything is good with the players before we get things underway. So that's been ironed on now, and hopefully it doesn't rear its ugly head again. So this will just be the light pistol upgrade here. A couple digs, P250, and some kills. Well, that's what Astralis are hoping for good measure. Snappy not going to start things off on the right foot for Zip. He's down. Org from range, perfect weapon for the job there. Just the dispatch of these last few individuals now, and some wombo combo Counter-Strike. Flashed in, team play. And for ENCE, coming into this one, right, job's already done. You've already qualified for the major. If you make it to the final here, if you beat Astralis, if you go all the way, that's the cherry on top. You're going to be more than happy with that. And I actually think that might play into their game a bit, right? They can be a little bit looser here. The expectation, well, it's already been confirmed. Yeah, and I think one of the things is Astralis, they're still one of these squads, the same as what we were talking about with Vitality. The same as what we were talking about with G2 yesterday, who are wanting to lock in the legend position. Now, I assume that thing's been cracked wide open. We'll get the Desk to keep tabs on that, and we'll do the focusing on the game. Because it is still the tournament, and it still has a grand final going down tomorrow here. Hades back across, down Secret, Org in hand, Smoke Wall, and we know how good Magisk has been. If Hades can start denying Magisk early here, that'll be a change for Astralis. They haven't been used to much resistance in Yard.
Oh, Magisk punishes Hades for not aiming for the head. Those body shots bring him low, but Magisk... Oh, Dupree actually just caught as he left the silo, his boots off the ground, and his corpse is the one to land on the main roof.
Yeah, the thing with that is you got to get your knife out so you're not jumping, right? You can actually just go off the top of silo if you have your knife out and land on top of main. Otherwise, you have to do a bit of a jump maneuver with a gun in your hand and take some damage on the fall. So that moment for Dupree, that leap of faith, that lets him know what's up. And now this one is going to slow one down, even up the score of a 4v4. You'll see Lucky throw that Molotov an awful lot here tonight, guys, towards the back of the site silo. Spinks nowhere near it, on top of the hut. But the misdirection, it's paid off, and they've been able to slip their way down Secret. Tasked with dealing with that might have to be Snappy from ramp. They've mollied off the vent, so it's a clear indication that they are in B.
Yeah, very loud about that, and successful as well, because the bomb now planted. Magisk has single on lock, and it was loud, so Diha got to plan his next engagement wisely. Magisk does get caught out. The route from Diha, fantastic, and there's pressure now on that plant. Bubsky, if he just go down, which he has, ENCE knock him down with ease, no less, and that first gun round promising until they hit that retake in unison.
Yeah, I was talking about the win condition here of Magisk getting denied towards Yard. Well, he even got the opening kill. He wasn't denied that space. Now, sure, he was hemorrhaged on HP down to 8, and Doto almost immediately found that response back there, but not able to get a whole lot done here. And another player caught with knife out of Zipex there. Not the best of starts here for the Danes. And they like Nuke as well. I think the fact to see this one picked into them, they were probably licking their chops last night against G2. I think the map pool was pretty good for them here tonight. I think the same Ancient as number 2. And remember, guys, we also have that B stream going on during all of this. It is Fiend versus G2, and there's no reason Fiend can't beat G2, right? Fiend are here also playing for their major life. G2 are playing here to kind of help out. Well, FaZe in a way, and there's still a chance to get legend status, yeah, of course. Now, G2 picked Nuke into Fiend. I don't know if I'm in love with the G2 Nuke.
Ooh, yeah, and Mirage as well. We know Fiend are quite feisty on that one.
Imagine. It will be Copenhagen Flames then. We'll be taking on G2 tomorrow, and I could even see Copenhagen Flames beating G2 if that continues to trend in that direction. So, yeah.
Tweeting more sweaty gifs.
It is going to get a bit spicy for that FaZe camp. But again, the guns are out, the plant facilitating that, and huge nade to Cop right there. Magisk down to half HP.
And it's so susceptible now to any blind smoke spams should they come through, or additional.
The smoke's going to start to fade here.
Incendiary, is that bought enough time to lock him in limbo? Those are the stray bullets we were concerned about. He has got time just as they faded, coming into Snappy's realm. He's brave. He's sticking around. Good God. Actually takes one with him and does set Hades up for a collection as well. Ramp has been contested heavily. Now, Magisk has perhaps slipped a little bit behind enemy lines. Doto reveals himself. That smoke will at least keep them guessing.
He's getting out.
That's naughty. Executes him. Probably a bit of a jump scare for old Doto. Still at 3-on-3 though, and that bomb plant being considered. Doors being played with to catch Magisk. What a play out of Spinks, and he's not done yet. Spots out Dupree, and it is all onto Dupree. A 1v3, can't find it. Concerned about the push. And ENCE looking absolutely set for this. Great CT start. They came in with 4 AKs and an AWP into that first gunny, and, well, looking fantastic.
Big smiles on the faces right here. And for the ENCE roster, right, there's so many new faces in this team. So many, right? Getting an opportunity now on that major stage. Dihara would probably be the most notable alongside of Snappy, who's obviously been a staple of Counter-Strike for some time now. But the new boys, Spinks, Doto, Hades, these guys, a bit of a revelation. Can't believe they got so many diamonds in the rough.
Well, credit to the organization as well with their scouting, the coach, as well as management.
That's right, Saw's new as well, right? They had Twister before. Obviously, he's not able to be coaching at the moment. I don't even know if he's been retained by the org. I forget which ones were kept and which ones weren't. But Spinks has opened up. Bubsky on the trade. Action going on everywhere here.
God, this is feeling quite reminiscent of how that set to the 2 second maps of our first series went.
Just getting walked all over right now.
Yeah, taking some liberties. And yeah, Dihara...
Look at this. A minute 20 on the clock. He's already T-spawned.
And Bubsky, well, he might not be too long for this world. He's about to be found and deleted. You know, they've got that extra buff, Chad. That buff where you've just been told, boys, all of those things you've been working for the last few months have come and been realized. You're actually off to the major. Got about 17 days to prepare for that, and now you get a chance to not only put yourselves up a peg against Astralis, you get to do it with style and a little less pressure on your shoulders.
ENCE, they are going to deny us that Astralis versus Device match, aren't they? They don't want us to have it in the grand final just yet. They want to save it for the major, right? ENCE maybe are doing us all a favor in the storyline department.
And then you get the conversation as well where ENCE, not only that, but they just start just inscribing a question mark next to NIP, who everyone does seem to have the sentiment that they are one of the most consistent in the last few months.
I don't know what happened to Vitality today, to be honest.
No, it really confused me.
It started really strong, and then it all just kind of collapsed. I think Overpass, with them winning both pistols and then losing the force buys and then massive buckets of rounds being piled on by NIP, that was the difference maker on the second map. But the third, it's like they weren't even in it. They didn't feel like they were in the server whatsoever. A bit of a collapse. So they can work out what those issues were, and probably a good time to have a collapse like that. Right? They're already secured in for that major now. They just need to set their sights on how they're going to play there. And we do have one player just jumping out of the server, guys. So it is Bubsky. Hopefully, it's a quick one here, and I will update you as soon as the information does come our way. Normally, they're not as long as what they were yesterday and what they were today to kick things off. But sometimes these things happen.
I'm in the market for some gloves, Chad, and I'm not going to lie, casting ENCE yesterday, I felt like Doto's combination was probably the hottest to drop. Watch me have expensive taste, though. Whatever Doto has, they're like these kind of navy, navy, and he has it with a vanilla skeleton knife.
Okay.
They're really, it looks good. I've got a skeleton knife already, the little case hard, and I'm a cheapskate, but I think it would match, and I like them a lot. So keep your eyes. Doto is definitely the most fashionable in my book.
I had the same gloves as Masuta. It goes with my new butterfly knife.
Oh, you do have a lovely setup.
I got very lucky with that.
Oh, yeah, I keep thinking you bought it. You straight up unboxed it.
Yeah, opened it. Live on stream as well, so that's how you know I had the streamer luck.
Look at those. Whee! And even matches his outfit. Like, it's a perfect CT regalia.
Do you think he has, like, different color gloves for the T side? Maybe something a little bit more...
Can you do that?
Yeah, you can have gloves for both sides, knives for both sides.
Look at this boy. Look, that is style points. Get the inspect animation out as well, just to appreciate it even further.
Oh, they're nading Squeaky open there. Maybe that was just to stall out any faster plays.
Yeah, it also means that if you're the lobby player, you have to be paranoid because you don't get a sound cue anymore. So Zipex, his responsibility is usually and typically that, like he's actually been dispatched back.
They're setting up these smoke walls, right? And as I was mentioning, we've seen a lot from Astralis on Nuke so far. They've been getting away with a bunch of these, and I'm trying to unravel it there. The Molotov, have to wait and see how big the gap is. Doto not sticking his neck out too far just yet. But there you go, there is a sizable gap for him to work with. They'll use a fourth smoke here.
That surely tells them that there's a commitment there. Or at least can suspect it, especially now action's been taken. And what? Doto surely spotted. Magisk will solve it. Goes for an aggressive one. You can't fault them. I mean, 6-0 up.
They're all coming, though.
Got a rotation in. And Snappy's just brought the fight straight to Astralis. There is some pace to this. And Dupree will punish. Hades is also there and ready to actively contest. Bomb still way back at the, essentially, T-spawn. Zipex might be responsible for that. Bubsky down. Will they expect a late Dupree? It will now.
Gotta get himself out of here. This time, it's a big issue. He's able to backpedal here towards main and going in through Squeaky into Spinks.
Oh, he doesn't finish it. The nade will.
Oh, the bomb's down in the vent. They have to drop after it.
They can't. Dupree's still in the yard. What's he supposed to do? There's not enough time for this, Chad. The bomb dropped down the vents, and that's the end of that. Great recovery from ENCE. It was the best shot we've seen out of Astralis, certainly with the AKs equipped. But ENCE are looking very set to convert, at least take the half. That's almost a certainty at this point. 7-0.
Think about how many players were dispatched here to deal with this warehouse crawl, by the way, and I want to point that out because when these smokes come up, and if you can make sure that they are crawling across towards warehouse, you can actually isolate several players. Now, it will leave gaps across the map, but it will give you an opportunity to have a number advantage on these frags, right? Okay, they've crossed, they have to be in warehouse, we can send multiple bodies after this. I think it's ENCE who we've seen doing that previously in the tournament as well. So using the space that the T's are taking against them here, Doto, with the risky maneuver through, even though he died, he gave a lot of information of how many players were out, right? If he went through and it was just Magisk and maybe he was hiding, then they could know that we don't have to send so many forces towards outside. We can just keep more holding down the lobby positions of ramp and top site. But here they're able to draw more players on over, and it will be the Astralis into the half by Max lost bonus short. Nade open towards that squeaky door. Magisk going to charge on through, and oh, he's been slowed down by a team nade there, I think.
He's only just, not going to get away with it. The bomb. Lost. Trying to get a cheeky plant. And this is really going to hinder any progress they were going to try and make on this half by. The ramp's a good option, especially with a missed shot out of Hades. Doesn't make the same mistake twice. And looking for the no-scope. Gets some style points. Spinks keeps everything under lock and key. And no issues for ENCE. They've won out the half, Chad, in round 8. Yes, not a single impact yet out of the Astralis camp. Do you remember what we used to say about Astralis, Nuke?
Yeah, try and limit them to 6 rounds on the T side. So they might be doing that.
Yeah, in round 9.
They're going to be in a great place right here. So this is fantastic stuff from ENCE, and they're catching up for that little bit of a delay. So I'm conscious of the schedule we have here.
Good to see Diha continuing to frag. He was looking very influential in their victory over G2.
Some fluff nades again there, just a flash not landing exactly where they wanted it. Bouncing off the wall, and the dink as well onto Lucky?
Yeah, that was pure reactions. And Hades is just collecting. It's like he's just going picking apples. He's calm.
This couldn't be easier right now for ENCE. They are mauling Astralis here.
Utter lockout, utter shutdown. This was Astralis' pick.
2 players don't have a kill right now.
They've got nothing to show for it so far.
Zip and Lucky don't have a frag at this point in time.
How peculiar.
The other 3 only have 4 kills each, so 12 kills so far on the T half. Lucky, change your fate here, mate. Get some confidence going. Just a kill here. Like at this moment, if you're a player and you hit that tab key and you see that you've had no impact as far as frags, you'd love to, just for perception's sake, get a kill, right? Because at one point, it does start to hit in the back of your head, there's thousands upon thousands of people watching this here and I don't have a kill. And I know you don't believe it, but that really can stick in players' minds. I can't believe the dink on that one, right? That was a dink through the wall. Yeah. That is nuts. Doto, he's, for a player we talk about probably the least on this lineup, he has some really impressive moments. Some really impressive moments, this guy. I remember when we got to talk to him as he first joined the team, we interviewed him and we're like, well, he's not like the other Finns, is he?
No,
he gave us a smile, he gave us an answer.
He's got some banter.
Well, this is banter right now. 9-0, no plant, another half by scenario. It feels like I'm a broken record from the last map.
Yeah, I mean, looking like a lost Astralis. Start putting a picture of them on the milk cartons at this point.
Did you have that in the UK, or is that an American thing, you reckon?
Definitely an American thing.
Yeah, they love that kind of stuff, don't they? Now they just get, what is it, Amber Alerts or something?
Yeah. It's just like your daily dose of anxiety.
We didn't already have enough, but here we go. Try again. Back towards the top side.
Can ENCE keep a clean sheet? This would be an outstanding result just to post and to, open up on a bad day. You open up the HLTV match page on a bad day just to make yourself feel good.
Now hold up a second. Natu, wake up, Natu. You're dreaming. You're dreaming, Natu. Sitting at home watching this, I think he had a bit of a hangover this morning. Now referencing long-time Counter-Strike professional and now turns Well, I don't want to get his role wrong, but over at ENCE, he's one of the big wigs, right? I don't want to get his role wrong, but Natu used to be with us on the desks. Lovely gentleman.
Used to be in the server as well. I remember casting some Natu back in the day.
Unfortunate, one of the majors I played at, or at least the qualifiers, he couldn't turn up. He was at a wedding.
Oh.
Maybe even his own.
There's Lucky, and that's his first. Spotted out one, swallows his own flash, and getting a bit flustered now, overrun.
Diha, come on, mate. Don't do him like that.
That would be mean.
Don't knife him now. The vent actually seeming like an option it is. Oh, Diha.
Why you bully me?
That's not very nice. No, it's all right. It's all in fun and games, right? The 10-0, the speed run. This is our edition.
Yeah, I mean, it is on track, Chad. We're being a bit facetious about it, but there's something in the water over here. Like, I can feel it in my bones. It just looks like Astralis. Yeah, that scarf might leave his hands soon if this half continues in the trajectory it's going. You can join the fan cams and join the conversation if you fancy. That's iem.gg/fancam.
80.
Okay, yeah, there's some confidence. A little bit of a booster as well for Zipex, posting his second frag as Hades just throws his body towards the trophy room. And he has already dealt with the Magisk Yard threat. And not only that, Chad, he confirms he was alone.
Yeah, that's a lot of information right now. Spinks have to be careful about this now.
Can't believe he's gone for this.
Yeah, if he continues to push past the mark here, he will go down.
Him. Oh,
the flash.
The flash, and they just push in Astralis. They are going to punish maneuvers like this.
They're still going. Snappy's pushing now.
What the hell are they up to? He's pulled off the equalizer. They're both there. They won't expect him. Oh, they might. They might. Zipex adjusts. Well, you said Doto's been impressive. I think he's going to struggle to keep all three players tracked.
As long as he doesn't make a sound cue here, it might lull them in towards this lower site. But Bubsky, he's securing the top bomb site right now. So he's just walked through. He's called it clear. Now Hart making sure there's nobody towards lob, and he should catch Doto here on the side. But Doto flicks on into it. This becomes a question mark. They're going back towards ramp, and he's read it.
He's got the read, and he's got the flash. 30 seconds, flashes them off. It's a threat. It's a threat. Oh, a lesser team would have perhaps gone down to that. Astralis, though, they hold their nerve.
Oh, wow.
Host their first.
Premonition of Doto.
Yeah, man, he's switched on. We've seen some real clutch moments out of him.
Okay, well, look, remember yesterday on Dust 2 against G2, right? ENCE started really well with the aggressive CT-sided maneuvers, but then it got found out, right? Then I know they lost 5 in that first half, but they had to stop it.
I can call that round finding it out, right? Because we just saw them all waiting in trophy ante. They were looking for it, expecting it, and it did keep coming. Will they continue in that respect?
He has been nuts so far. He's noted now.
Get out of there, surely. He sticks around for more, the greedy goat. That'll do nicely. Using the fact that his incendiary bought enough time to know the red container swing might not be coming through.
But he called them out. He called the silo player out there. Fight me.
Yeah, I'm still here. Anything to say about that?
Inspired stuff from ENCE here. Diha has to bide his time for 7 seconds now, and they're going to go back towards the lobby position. One player Maj is still towards Yard, but he's not worked on any ground and still has to win this fight. He will. There we go.
Well, just from some sound cues, they've got Hades rotating in to support Snappy, some nades as well. Yeah, Astralis really trying to see if ENCE want to give him anything else.
They still have a bit of utility left over here. Couple mollies, smokes in play. They can stall this out, but Astralis love event dive.
Certainly do. Doto's responsibility. And Dupree walks out, loses his head.
Good
Doto
flash.
needs more. It's a good timing, a good spacing from ENCE. They filled the feed.
They peeled him apart.
More to come. There's nothing left. The Danes just get shattered. And immediately return to their winning ways to ENCE.
They didn't even blink.
No.
Right there. Oh, yeah, okay, we're just going to lock this down and you can come on in.
This was 2 early Astralis frags, and now you can see just how it all fell apart. Snappy with the well-timed aggression. Take a look at the funds as well for Astralis. It's not ideal.
Yeah, plants have been few and far between here. Taking a look, there's only been 3 rounds that have been settled by Diffuse. That would have been the first round, and then rounds 4 and 5. And now just one round to note here for Astralis. That's it. That's all they have to boast. And they've used all of their timeouts. All of their timeouts have been used quite quickly here. Not going to have anything if there is a comeback on that second half. If they ever want to catch their breath, have a little bit of a breather, we'll have to be at the tempo of ENCE. And yeah, it's hit that point of the game where we have to buy, right? And all teams hit this point where it's such a drought of rounds and the money's not there, but you decide, well, guys, we need to get something going here. So going to try their luck, going to try their hand. An AK, some Galils, a MAC-10 and a Deagle.
Sonic called the timeout. He said, boys, I want 11-4. Let's see if they can find it, manufacture it. And already, Diha continuing to voice his concerns. He always seems to find at least the one on yard, even when the whole squad's in pursuit of it. Magix is quick about this. You can see, you know, he knows he's got to make a bit of a hero maneuver. He doesn't have a whole squad of AKs behind him. That's a lot of space and sound cues early.
Doto's on the chase here, and the bomb is down secret, so he's going to close the door on rotating back on up. The vent, that's the only way up the ladder to top right now, and the timing of Doto is everything here.
He's taking a lot of space quickly.
This is perfect for Bubsky. What?
Huh? How does he win that? Bubsky got the info first, fired first, and Doto pushing his own smoke, you madman. Okay. ENCE really are rumbling Astralis, and there is still presence topside.
He's perched up.
Oh, damn, spotted out. Good catch from Lucky. That should enable a plant uncontested. Not the weapon for the job on a Heaven retake.
No, but the money is there, so wouldn't mind giving a crack here. Oh, cracked the skull of Hades. Okay. Now we're looking at the second. Snappy, you've had some absolute magic moments lately, mate. Got anything else in store for us here?
At least the first.
Oh,
the second. Lucky getting a bit red-faced after that one. Fortunately, Magix is in the off angle. He'll save Astralis, and it was Magix. We talked about being a hero. It leaves with 3 and a round. That pays off. The full investment from Astralis, it was a risk, but a calculated one, and it will help them close the gap, at least to a mildly competitive stead.
Yeah, that 4 almost feeling mandatory right now. Doto wants to get shot. He just hit that slightly tapped that W. Sorry, not W key. Would have been his A key.
That's the one.
On wider there. And I can't believe he made that shot. He made it interesting. But here we go. Astralis could get that 4 you're talking about. Need to get away with something similar here. And this time, a lot of damage done early.
Will Diha actually continue to be... I want to check his opening kills after this, but he's doing it again. Hades this time steals that stat from him, but it's not to stop the contributions. More to come, and a hard shot to hit. Hades just playing safe now. He has to tuck tail. They're doing their boost. We saw them whip this one out a couple of times, and it's unlikely to pay off with Zipex so close to squeak. Oh, a flash and a push. Thought he finished it, I think. Diha this time humbled. Oh, and they do line up for Zipex. Astralis, 2 men to the good, admittedly. Lucky and Zipex are hamstrung. Here they come. Snappy, surely booked. Does take 1, can't quite transfer, and Hades and Orp. And 3 opponents. Catches a glimpse of the bomb carrier, but the trade, yeah, he just pushed himself straight into the line of fire. Call it 3.
The sound effects from Dupree there. I think as soon as an AWPer gets a kill in main and then goes to push on through the smoke, I'd be groaning like that too. They do get their 3rd. And a late resurgence is going to be fantastic going into the second half. If they convert this last one here, they'll have gotten 4 out of the last 5. Right, so that is a swing in momentum. That's a momentum shifter, and you had Pistol on top of that. Well, that is really going to start to compound. Winning won't be such a common feeling for ENCE anymore. If they can grab this and they can make it 12-3, then all their hard work in this first half, it'll be justified, and they'll be feeling like they can close this one out. The money was there, plenty of cash. They built themselves more than a buffer. Diha's opening kills, it hasn't been that impressive. It's only 2 for 1 so far. Spinks is actually 3-0, but he has been rumbling them in yards. So opening kills, everybody on ENCE has found at least 1. So that's a real positive. Taking a quick B-Stream update as well, just for those of you keeping your eye on that game. 12-7 in favor of G2 now. They're back in the lead.
Oh, an aggression. It doesn't stop.
Maybe it should have.
Yeah, perhaps, but this time Diha does best Magisk. He's definitely ahead in that head-to-head. Oh, they're not stopping for anyone. Hades pushing the trophy room for the pair, and that is surely 12. Lucky. Dismounts the silo, working yard. Diha's long gone.
I'm frustrated for Astralis, right? Like, they're the ones who are getting bullied right now. They're the ones who are just getting pushed and not being given the room and respect that they think they deserve.
There has been an upswing of seeing aggressive CTs throughout this whole tournament. I don't know whether that's due to discrepancies in motivations or whatever it may be, or maybe we start looking at the fact that it does synchronize with the M4 update. I don't know. They're just throwing bodies into the mix. Lucky posting his first, and that will be it. A 12-3 half, Chad. That's something. ENCE very, very close to taking this one and taking Astralis down a peg. No one in the double digits for Astralis, and everyone from ENCE dominating. We'll be right back.
Do you think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Hey Future Pros! I saw Big doing a nifty little boost on Nuke during the European Minor Open qualifiers, so I thought I'd quickly show you all how to recreate it. To do this boost, you'll need 2 Future Pros and 1 AWP. Future Pro number 1, you'll be acting as the stool. It's important work and your contribution is appreciated. Run over and hop onto the far left railing and crouch down. When Future Pro 2 is on your head,
Six, you're correct. You've nailed the maths on that one right there. That Astralis Evolve was during their domination. Now, if they can have a CT side of just as many rounds as ENCE, call me impressed.
It'd have to be a spectacular sequence of individuals showing up. As I was talking about just prior to that break, the individuals of Astralis have all just been kept very, very honest. You can see the kill spread there on the right-hand side of your screen. Zipex has got himself with the perfect setup for any top antics.
So does Snappy, though. He's got the Tech 9 out here. He's actually been dropped that. So his teammates have so much faith in his Tech 9, they're willing to listen to the in-game leader on this one.
D's got to catch the timing on this. Nice turn flash, but D has strikes, distracts Zipex, survives just long enough, and ENCE surely collect 4 in quick succession. Only the single man is Magisk. It's not going to be a Heavenside plant as well, makes the after plan a whole lot safer.
This is beautiful. They just melted that topside defense. Those 4 kills couldn't have come easier. Everybody hitting their shots, the flight paths were perfect. The first domino falls, the rest crumble around it here, and Magisk with a HE and a flash. I think that's all he's going to walk away from with this here. It's just, what's the point? What, you're going to win a 1-on-5 right now without a kit? There's no way in. Half the players here are still on more than 50% HP. And he's just looking for any consolation frags on the way out the door. Astralis being dismantled here today on map number 1. Remember, Ancient coming up as map number 2. And it was a clean sweep. Everybody staying alive.
Diha did so well getting away from Zip. Like, it's great that he's taken the engagement because his teammates are striking, right? But he manages to not only that survive, but distract. Yeah, the round just fell perfectly into place. You talk about flight paths, every single one of those players finding the player they were searching for. Nice drawing.
Interesting little gang we got out there as the ENCE fans. Obviously, they're an international squad now.
Got more global appeal.
Yeah, indeed, and they hopefully still retain a little bit there with the Finns. I'm not sure if Havu's taken all of that away from them just yet.
No, I'm sure there is still a whole lot of Finnish ENCE fans. They got the jersey, they got Doto, and of course they have the organization itself.
Oh dear, is he going to clear close vent here? Ooh, doesn't even get a chance. Bubsky, he swings out first, and a number disadvantage, all right. This would be one way to get the engines revved up over for Astralis. Squeaky smoked off again now, and now 3 players on the top site, 1 in the vent, and that scout of Lucky. So ramp is currently the open access. Is that enough information right now to dissuade Snappy from hitting this site? They've actually brought them up the vent and stacked the top site here completely. So Astralis are battening down the hatches, and as Util is now light on, ENCE are going to have to trade in their favor here.
Well, it indicates the top commit. Sound cues are heard, some blood is drawn. Snappy's low and tries to confirm further. The MAC-10s are still filling.
25 seconds.
Yeah, but they got the bomb down there, and oh, Doto.
5 HP, still finding impact.
And his responsibility it's heavy. Like, he's holding the vent rotate. He's going to have to concede it now, so I'll make it clear to the teammates that there is a gap.
Oh, he's even dropped further back. That forced Zipex in for the chase. Now he doesn't know where Doto's gone. He starts to re-aggress here.
He's looking for him.
He's just melted almost 50% of this bomb timer down.
If he gets it.
Oh, Doto, you're a menace. A big brain on this guy right here.
He went out of lobby
and
then came back for the vent rotator late.
Okay, well, some next level stuff here from ENCE. That's 14, guys, and 15 should swiftly follow right now. Astralis, they can force buy again, or they can take the save and then go for the gun round in the next. Either way, it's a horrible choice to make. And it's the day of one-sided games.
Nice to see Zeus in the server.
Shout out.
Shout out one time.
Well, Olaf is waiting for that G2 game to...
True, man. That is a tough one as well. That he's done everything he can. He wants to go back to the major. It hinges on something else, and well, this one's not gotten too far.
It is 13-10. So just 3 more rounds for G2 to pick up that first map.
I think that's what he's watching right now. Oh, Hades going for the knife, and he gets zoomed.
Now.
Oh, there's an AK in play. Careful, fellas.
Don't taunt the beast.
Yeah,
There's still another map to go.
Don't awaken too much into Ancient. Oh, Ancient. ENCE's pick. Okay, that's going to be a lot of fun. Ancient is our second. That was ENCE's pick as well. So Astralis' nuke looking very weak at the knees.
This is in the head-to-head where last time round in EPL Season 14 between these two teams, Glaive was playing then, right? That's before we had Zipex back in the server. ENCE 2-0'd them, right? They beat them on Ancient 16-9 and they beat them on Nuke 16-11. So they're going to make life a little bit easier for themselves on Nuke here. And Ancient looked good for them last time, so...
Yeah, combination of bullets and flame. Does give him an advantage, courtesy of dupreeh. Late yard smokes, and Magisk is going to be tucked in on that warehouse, so anyone that tries any funny business towards that main position, well, he won't get much info from that, actually, and Spink's making it clear and apparent that there is still going to be players in that lobby. Oh, and D has surely dead. No. Oh, he spots his toes, does convert what he started, so 2 to the good for Astralis. And Hades, what are you up to? He's actually got a lovely gap on that. If Magisk tries to cross back, he will go down. 3v5 though. A missed shot out of Lucky, and he surges forward. He's anticipating that. My God. That could have been quite the equalizer.
It's not going to be easy to win here. Now, they've bought the space, right? That presence alone has forced Lucky to drop down in towards the site. Now, if they can make their way up heaven, the player that they have to deal with in the site is dupreeh.
They could be low side. I guess that's where Zip's slowly maneuvering now. Okay. Bomb on Snappy. They've got hell going for heaven. The T's dropped the one way at 18 seconds. 2 on the site to contend with. And Molly looks like it's just shy of the mark, pushing in. Does clear out the vents, nearly. Holding on though is dupreeh. And Astralis spinks to go down to his own Molotov, no less. And play is extended by Astralis, but they did have to work for that in the end.
Yeah, and they did lose a lot in all of that, right? So even though they weren't able to secure the rounds here, ENCE, they've teed themselves up on a fantastic little pedestal to knock this one out of the park. You can see Bubsky in this next round of play is going to have to buy into something a little bit less glamorous. It's going to be the Alligator, the auto shotgun for him, the XM.
How dare you? Less glamorous. There's,
yeah,
pumping him full of lead.
The skins aren't as nice, all right? That's all I'm saying.
All right.
All it's going to take is just
one call.
Yeah, and just one slip up from Astralis, like a gap to be presented, somebody to miss an opening kill.
Understandably, you'll see ENCE take a very standard start. They don't want to be caught out by any funny business, any CT aggression. This is what Doto is trying to be aware of, and he's got his head on a swivel because it is always possible to be caught by a timing, especially when he's sitting there throwing nades. It could be a cue to push that trophy room, but he is giving them that top site util. There's the cross court. D head down, and Lucky does avert his gaze before the cross is complete. Now Snappy's taking that bomb down lower. Zipex has responded early. Is he just going to walk towards that single? He could certainly cause a problem should he find Zip. He's actually going for a plant. Zip should just punish this.
This isn't going to happen, dude. What?
Zip surely got...
What?
The bomb's down.
Where's the rest of the team?
How did they...
They can't, how are they going to win the round like this?
I'm not so sure. Man,
well, Zip can't push in. He has to wait for his team, but the rotations are all locked off.
They missed the single.
So the rotations, Doto!
Doto again punishing. Spanks the bottom of dupreeh.
Snappy's not looking.
Snappy does go down. They are close to that bomb. Hades' responsibility is planted single. Good shot from Hades, at least contributing.
No one's defusing.
No one's on it. He leaps into it for another. Doto with impact. Lucky to clutch. Doesn't have anything to say. And there's your 16. That is a weird one. Snappy pulls magic out of the hat with that one. He was solo on the site for the plant. They convert.
16-4. ENCE 1-0 up. They take Astralis' pick.
Think you know everything about CSGO? Then stay alert and look out for the DHL drop quiz on the ESL CSGO Twitch channel.
Let's go. Out. 2. Nice. Wait. I left one more outside. Nice. Are we defusing? Yeah. VP outside. VP. Nice. Oh. One more still. Nice. I don't think so. I have mine. Nice, boys. Pushing up. Don't fight. One more. Dead ramp. Nice. We'll hunt him CT. Nice push. Nice. Let's go. Nice, Pavel. Flash out. Nice. Nice. Good shit, mates. Oh. Nice try. Throw a new one. Hey. Man. Thank you. Nice. Nice. Well played, Jonas. There. The other one. Nice! 50! Yes, AK. Don't lose the round. Come. He's 50. 3 seconds. Nice. They put it on a team work.
So the faster you answer correctly, the more points you get. Keep track of how well you are performing on the leaderboard. Will you manage to make it to the top and win one of these amazing prizes?
Can still play. Nice.
Well, there you have it, the end of the first map of this semifinal, and people are still looking around the building wondering where Astralis is. I'm also wondering which of you have your fingers ready and posted at the appropriate places on the keyboard to type in the answer for this DHL drop. You've done this before, you know the routine. It's exclamation point DHL drop, space, the coinciding A, B, C, or D. And here's the question. How many aces were at IEM Cologne 2021? And it looks a little something like this. You've got the options of 20, 22, 23, or 25. Now, with that being said, you just type your answers in the chat. It's real simple. So simple, a caveman could do it almost. In which case, that's where we find ourselves, going back into what is a semi-final. Again, that's a DHL drop. You know the routine. You know what's coming your way. Do these guys know what's coming their way? And I don't know if I'm talking about you guys or Astralis, because I think they just got bamboozled.
Yeah, I mean, that was, again, a very dominant performance from ENCE. That CT side, just the aggression all over the place. I mean, the pushes. You could see that they're playing without any pressure. And I can't remember the last time I've really seen such a team effort from a lineup. Just, 5 frags difference between the lowest and the highest rating. And in terms of rating, just 0.07 from the lowest to the highest rated player. So everyone was firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying before the game. The play style that ENCE need to bring is breaking up that system, making Astralis sweat a little bit, and making sure that the likes of Magisk isn't getting those outside kills. And they did that. The aggression into lobby, outside, they prevented Magisk from doing anything on the outside, which has been so impactful for them throughout this tournament. I mean, Lucky had a slow start. He didn't get any kills for round after round after round, and no one on Astralis really delivered today. So I think ENCE just did a really good job at making Astralis uncomfortable, making them sweat. And once you have such a bad half, again, we've seen in this competition before, it's just so hard to get back into things, even if you have a few rounds at the start. And they look good on the T side as well, ENCE on the nuke there. Dota was in those late lurk positions, catching off rotations, having a lot of impact. So yeah, this is an ENCE side they're playing without the pressure because they've done the hard part of getting to the major. Now they've become a very deadly team.
Yeah, and they are definitely on a one-track path right now to securing a semifinal. For a player like Diha, though, all over the place, and rightfully so.
Yeah, I mean, you could just take your pick, really, out of this game. All the players had highlight moments. Dika, you could see some of this early aggression against pistols, but even in gun rounds, it was there. I mean, we saw him in T-spawn when it was 1 minute, 20 seconds on the clock, so they really weren't going to be denied, not afraid to take any single fight, and winning pretty much all of them.
And, there were instances where he found himself outside, and what should be insurmountable odds is able to evade using utility, hiding out from smokes, this, that, and the other. So, on the other side, Hades, what did he do in this series, Dinko?
Hades is just a very good opera on that CT side, also with that AUG, just locking down silo peaks for important retake kills as well. He was all over the map. He was incredibly dynamic in the impact that he was having, and that made it difficult for this T side of Astralis to come up with a counter, to come up with an anti-strat around the AWP, because you never really know where it's going to be. And Hades continued his performance into the T side as well for the limited rounds that they needed to get over the line. But Hades is just all over the show, and he's not missing.
No, he's definitely not. I think we just switch it up. We're going to Ancient. That's got to be a little scary for Astralis.
Yeah, and I think, you could say there's not too much for them to play for either team, really. But, you don't want to get beaten up like this, especially if you're Astralis. I mean, you have still some 4-time major champions on that team, right? They don't want to be pushed around by anyone. So I think they're going to be a little bit angry after such a loss, and have a team talk. Zonic especially is going to be like, hey guys, like, come on, we have our name on the line, our reputation.
We're better than this, that is essentially the message.
Of course, so individually you need to step up and punish some of the aggressive plays if they keep coming in, but just in general, I try to bring the energy up a little bit.
And for Astralis, I think Zonic's going to become crucially important, because obviously with the good news that Glaive has just had a child, I mean, he's not here. So you've got to rely on Magic to try and pull them out of those holes, to come out with adaptations. And for an in-game leader that isn't very experienced in the role, I think you got to rely on your coach a little bit more going into this next map.
Yeah, congrats to Glaive, congrats to Zonic as well on becoming a grandpa.
Yeah, there is that. There's some real reality to that, right? Like Papa Bear, that's basically what Zonic is. For us, I told you about the DHL drop, and guess what? I got the answer. Hello, it's the DHL drop. You probably already selected one, but what you did select is what the most important thing is. And here is the result. The answer is 22, I think. Yeah. That's right. B. B was the proper answer. If you didn't put that in the chat appropriately, maybe you misspelled something. Not really sure how you could have done that, considering it's not that many damn letters now, is it? So,
None.
I think, yeah, it's really not. I think that we cut it here. We know we're going to Ancient, and we do know that Astralis is on the back foot, getting pushed around and basically had their way with by ENCE over on Nuke. We'll be right back after this, everyone.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose teen badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo.
Shell-shocked Astralis need to react and recover. We're coming into unknown territory, though. How much of Astralis' Ancient have we even seen?
Yeah, that's a good question, right?
I know ENCE have at least dabbled, right? They picked it for a reason.
Astralis is in their map pool because they ban out that of Mirage, so they are susceptible to it here. But obviously with the chopping and the changing of the lineup, it's interesting to see where they really do rest their hat. They only have a 25% win percentage on it, so they've played it 4 times in total.
It's a vulnerability there.
Yeah, and ENCE was one of the losses, their most recent loss. They won it against Spirit, so that's something. But we haven't seen them play it just yet with Zip back in the roster. So here we go. Let's set our sights on Ancient, and it might be a quick one here if ENCE keep up that speed. An unlikely grand finalist, setting sights on NIP on the other side of the server here.
No, that could be interesting.
Julie's on the T side. 2 sets of Julie's on the T side.
Huh?
Yeah, well, Cave wouldn't be too bad to have 60 bullets of Fury, I imagine.
60 bullets, that does sound silly in just the 2 players' hands. Let's see how this one goes. So, nade drop, it might be the nip strat.
Oh, Snappy's going to throw both of these here. I think that they're just going to crawl on up long. 2 sets of Julies. Is this BM?
I think it might be. Feeling themselves. So, smokes are flying, flashes too.
Standard smokes.
And look at that. If Cave is clear, which it isn't, hanging out in Cheetah is Zipex, but as you discussed, it's going to be very potent to hold this off. And here comes a retake. Let's see how Astralis handle business here and try for the 360. Diha puts one down range and suddenly looking good, ready to rock and or roll. Hades deletes Bobski. Got any more for us? Yes, he does. That's 3 on the Glock. And looking to take some answers quickly. Dupree charging in for the fight. He's made the right read, but not the right shot. ENCE flying out of the gates here onto the B site and taking another pistol.
Bit of a grin on Hades' face there as well. The fact he gets 3 in that situation is wild. I can't believe this either. It's like, all right, well, we're just going to run into Cave, right? We'll circumvent worrying about you deep behind our smokes. We'll push on in. We'll take some territory of our own, the wrong way round, mind you. And they're going to set themselves up with a pistol round here. So, ENCE steaming hot right now. Diha's going to throw you that donut molly right there for this mid control. That landing right there in front of Lucky. Smoke will bloom behind that. Top mid cornered off as well. And this is the full mid control package that you'll see a lot of teams throwing. It's also met with a few flashes over, but those details you don't see too much on your screen. Spins up and down. And just with the opener here in round number 2. So there is some fight. Now they might just want to start heading back over towards the B bomb site here. If they can get their hands on that Galil, they'll be happy, but Diha wants to deny that. Tucked in, tagged now, and, well, should be dead.
Yeah, Magic's likely to find that. I mean, actually, you say that, Magic's went down, he rotated in and loses his life. On the way in, Hades again looking impactful. That AK in the right man's hands, it seems. Now the boost should counter them, and a quick one out of Lucky's Deeg stops Diha in his tracks.
Plant at least.
Yeah, but if Doto doesn't anticipate that boost, they have to drop off, and he's actually threatening with his Mac 10 nearly. And 2 just in the last bullet. 1 to the head. Hades confirms Dupree is dead, and Lucky forced to save.
How much damage did Dodo just do there in like a split second? It just went from everything looking good to Astralis to it all falling apart immediately here. So, ouch, that one fell apart nice and quick. And ENCE, they can continue this little spree that they're on. 2 rounds now. Lucky trying to hold on to the Mac 10. Has a Deagle as well, who'd be happy to drop one of the 2 across to a teammate in the next round of play. But ENCE are looking great right now, and they're trying to have a repeat of that form that they had over there in Pro League not that long ago. A 2-0 over Astralis is something to boast about. Well, that's the opener, and you think at that point, especially after Lucky gets this one, maybe, just maybe, the round was open for conversation, but that second one there from Dodo was great. The dink onto the Glock made him softened up for Hades to peel on out, and can't seem to catch a break right now, the Danes. Same mid-util being lobbed, and you can see it here from a different perspective. 2 guys in spawn just jump throwing over that wall. And you're going to have to try and rumble this in the gun rounds here, Astralis, you got two choices, right? We've seen different approaches. The Movistar Riders, I like what they were doing, where they were throwing out a smoke of their own and playing behind it to secure that mid control versus NIP. Oh,
second time's the charm.
Yeah, that was much snappier from Spinks. He tried the other side. I went, I'll go the right side this time.
Why does this feel like Nuke again? I know I don't want to speak too soon. I'll wait for the first gun round. I've got to see sneaking suspicion. ENCE are not letting off that gas pedal.
No, like the confidence must be brimming at this point, right? They got that massive win yesterday against G2, and we will check on G2 again. Obviously, they're playing against Fiend, guys, and the first map went in favor of G2. They did close it, 16-12, so FaZe fans, just 16 more rounds now for G2, and they are moving into Mirage. But yeah, that game yesterday, they played some good Counter-Strike, and the individuals showed up. All of them had moments.
Oh, that's exactly what Lucky with his recovered Deagle needed, but it's only the one. Bubsky changes that to 2. And he'd love to save that rifle, but it's not a realistic goal. Doto and his MAC-10 keeping the mischief alive. And Astralis, yeah. Not a single body left. Going to have to invest, and let's see how this first gun does look.
Doto's one of those support players who seems to be comfortable using any weapon, and he understands his job and his role within the team very well. And then we haven't seen it a whole lot today here, but some of his clutches as well, they have been impressive. Back in Pro League, we did see him win a massive clutch on Nuke. He's had a couple of clutches here during the RMR, but right, we're into the gun round. An aggressive mid. The deep molly dissuades the pick, and a shallow smoke. So it's a different way of doing things here. Warning shots from Zip. He doesn't know that he's tagged up Snappy right now, and he is being pressured. If he re-peeks in towards Cave right now.
Fighting fire with fire, or in this case, aggression with aggression. Barrel, careful now. Good damage. Chipping away at the ENCE attack. I wonder if Snappy wants to go back to the drawing board or back to throw some util. The same stuff we saw on the pistol. I don't know if he has a second one sitting idly by so he can do the full set, but just going to take some pace out of this. Cut noise. D is rotating in. Maybe D had can at least provide another man into the site. And actually those sprays are connecting.
This just opens him up. If he does have another smoke under his feet here, it opens them up to be able to contest with more numbers. So he does. He's grabbed the second. The site will be smoked off again here. Same as the pistol round.
It enables the entire squad, other than Snappy, to commit as soon as they bloom. And a missed shot. Lucky, you won't get many more chances. 2 is enough. Doto cuts his head off. All right. What do you do if you're Astralis here? At what point? Bubsky pushes him further into the side with a frag. Snappy down. More util deployed, trying to isolate the jewels towards the triangle side. Hades, he's having his issues as well. The gap closing. Astralis pushing into the site. The kit is on Bubsky, and that's a headshot out of Diha. Bomb's half ticked. The Danes kept at arm's length at the moment by ENCE. They can't get past him. Spinks denies. Only Dupree running out of health. The wall bangs. The wall bangs.
Harassment.
Just leave him alone. 12 HP. I'm not sure he's even going to be allowed to leave.
Oh, lucky he went towards spawn just there. He will get away with his life here. D-Hard goes down to the bomb. I want to talk about the details of the smoke timing of what Snappy's throwing as well there. Right, he's throwing the short side, right, or the left side from his perspective second. So I like this because the smokes are up, but the timing is, once they get the bomb down, the right side fades, and you want to take that side and put pressure on, right? So as that fades, you still get your left covered, you get to take that jewel if you'd like, and then the left side's going to start fading as you can rescind back a bit, which is the more cover you need to get back down that long area if you want to get back to cover.
I will say, though, that we've seen how prominent and effective AWPers can be from that cave position, and they haven't opted to Molotov or smoke it either, like even on the gun rounds. I understood why not on the pistol, but they didn't either. Lucky just missed 2 sitters. So that is a way to rumble it. At least it looks as if ENCE are quite happy just to take those fights on the pillar player dry.
Yeah, and I think as well, if you do
Flashes,
have a spam combo with the flash combo, if there's no jarring utility, then well, what are you really meant to do? So Dupree's save rifle, the best they have to boast, as well as a couple of deagles, and the same mid util. They're going to extinguish it themselves this time around, and Dupree wants to fight behind this.
You can understand why, right? Only rifle in play. Oh, Spinks! That's a perfectly placed crosshair if ever I saw one. Straight through the smoke, straight to the dome. And he's not quite done yet.
They're getting better, right? Like, we're seeing them now that they're playing with, I would assume, more confidence.
It's true.
They're getting sharper. They're looking stronger as individuals. And again, for most of these guys, it's not like they've played a lot of LANs.
No, it's just like, you know, getting the ticket to the major is just confirmation that you are as good as you thought you were.
I just want to give everybody a bit of a history lesson. It wasn't that long ago that Snappy was meant to be headed to Mongolia. That's not even a joke.
Can I have an elaboration?
He was going to go play for Tiger, I think it was, in Mongolia.
Really?
And then that didn't happen because, well, this little thing that you guys may have heard about called the global situation happened.
Ah, the global situation.
Yes, the global situation. But, yeah, and then he ended up in Contact, and that was a mess.
It was. Maybe Zipex and cause a mess. Little bit of blood stains on the clothes, but it's dupreeh that can at least put 2 down, leaving Lucky Dig and, yeah, just aggressing into the entire pack. Wasn't going to go too well, and it doesn't seem like Astralis have got too much to show here. An absence of frags, that's for sure. Admittedly, Bubsky didn't really get to play the video game thanks to Spinks.
Just tracking him there nicely, so good stuff here. Stalled out for a moment, right? dupreeh putting up a slight bit of resistance here. But nothing of note, and well, now it is the ult back out for Lucky. The rifle's around, the buy is in, a kit in play one more time, but when will they get there first? D has opted to go in with the MAC-10 here. He could have bought himself, if he'd like, an AK. So how does he want to use this bad boy? It's more of an A-heavy lean this time round. But they've quickly shown presence, and now they've jumped on back, setting up their smokes. Now, there's a plethora of different ones you need. Temple, Donut, CT. How many are they going to go with? They've only opted for the 2.
I'll be interested to see if they can get away with A. Not many teams have it.
Oh,
a variation.
I see.
Well, Bubsky, you either peek into the AWP or you let them plant. dupreeh's found an alternate option. Okay, Snappy getting that plant. Surely they can contest. Is he going to get away with it? He actually has. Daylight robbery. The bomb's gone down. Cheeky one. Straight out of the mines of ENCE. Okay. 3-on-3, Doto is in a prime position, though. They're going to have to clear him out first, and that's going to rot time off the clock. There just isn't much time to play with, nearly. Oh, and the recovery.
Play the bomb, look at the time.
Yeah, there isn't enough. He'd have had to have hit the first one out of that M4, and that is unique, at least to me. I hadn't seen it that way before, and you could see Astralis trying to quickly adapt and find answers.
Oh, okay.
Frustration's mounting now for Astralis. Like Nuke, they could write it off if they came in and started doing the same treatment to ENCE on their map pick, but it's looking like their map pick.
Dodo was masterful. Masterful right there in that position, and Spink's able to chime in with a couple as well. Now that smoke wall comboed in with a Molotov, right? That molly into that temple position. It almost works as a string right there to just make sure that no peaks are enabled. Now, I'm not sure how many times you can get away with that move. That's the question we have to ask ourselves.
But also the question is, how often times do you need to even try it? You know, you've conditioned them.
You just go B.
Just go B. And he didn't choose to pull the trigger. This scout was a hard shot to take. He didn't even opt to go for it. Zipex is trying to get very cheeky with it here. So
he should have seen something by now.
Would have, should have, and has nearly finished the job. Come on, it's 9 HP, just not quite on the money. Defensive smoke now dropped, and they don't have to get any more crazy than that. Where did Lucky just go down? D has just popped his head through the red house door, and maybe even 3. Fortunately, dupreeh's scout is connecting.
Snappy's still very low here, however, so this is a very good chance for Astralis now. Oh, and Doto copping some damage to the face. Hades had to hit that one right now, and the second behind the pillar. He's pushing on in.
He knows it. And he, looked like he was on the money. Little wobbly on the execution. He's just fed the AWP into the Astralis hands. Likely going to try and pivot back, and dupreeh's going to be hot on his heels.
Race is on.
It is.
Oh, he's gone the long way round.
Interesting.
This is very interesting.
I wonder if dupreeh's going to anticipate Donut.
Oh, but they both just started to walk away from the site. So dupreeh is worried about A. Doto, if that was just to make sound at that point, if there was a Donut player to hear it, well, it could have worked. Now just because left over towards this, oh, Snappy's going to come around behind him, Alex. If Snappy keeps pushing.
That's such a play, considering he knows he's likely forced at least one to rotate. Side of the head.
Have to plant safe, though. Have to plant safe. Magis can rumble this.
He will not have any vision. And a miss now from Magis. Snappy will start that crawl. Dupree could catch the timing here. Magis gone. A hard one for Dupree now, and Snappy doesn't need to do anything more than that.
Miracle to get
Mission
out of that
accomplished.
situation. I can't believe they got out of that. There was so much damage done, right? Snappy took all that over towards Cave at the start of the round when he was jumping up ledge, and Dupree looking for some damage on the way out the door. I'm sure he'd love to get himself a free AWP. The bomb too far gone now. He can't win the round. It is just about the constellation, and, well, there you go. The AWP is on the deck, but Doto is coming loudly.
One-on-one. Doto and Dupree, and the fire is perfect. Damn, Doto delivers. 7-0. ENCE best team in the world, or?
Maybe just, well, Na'Vi probably want to have
yes.
ENCE best team in Europe?
Best team in Europe.
Okay.
I'll take it.
Yep, yeah. I'm sure, yeah, Na'Vi.
ENCE or NIP, they're going to have that conversation tomorrow, it seems.
Oh my. What was the scoreline in the first map before we even saw a round come out here from Astralis? It took a very long time. It was 10-1. It was 10-1, and we're sitting at 7-0. Another B-Stream update for everybody, just quickly. G2 are winning map number 2, 4-1 right now. They're on the CT side of Mirage. Now, we did see Fiend have a great game against FaZe on Mirage the other day, so it could be interesting here. I'm sure it was going to have a few more twists and turns. But remember what the implications of that game are. If G2 wins, then Fiend versus Copenhagen Flames is for the 8th slot, which guarantees FaZe a spot in the major.
Decoy being deployed into mid. It's not really going to do anything. I'm just excited to see one deployed.
A Decoy fan, are you?
Yeah, I'm convinced. You know how we were talking before about how solved Counter-Strike is and how mastered all of the nuanced details of the video game. The decoys are still a meme.
Well, in Danger Zone...
They used to block a door once.
In Danger Zone, they make footstep noise. That's what they should do with it in Counter. Footstep noise.
It would be genuinely quite potent, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because then you wouldn't be able
I don't think you could charge $50 for them.
No, maybe just put the price point up
200?
a little bit. Yeah, well, we can flirt with it. We can change it around a bit here. And ENCE are working on this mid control again. Spinx has had a pretty good time of it. They've setting up a cave flash here. So this is a jump throw into the little slot at the top. And with the molly, that's a great combo. Smoked off. It will deny for about 20 seconds here. So with 50 on the clock right now, and the bomb floating back through this T-spawn position. Dihard doing it loudly, because late, it doesn't matter. They don't know which side it's going to be.
Well, we know what they're about to do, don't we? We know exactly what Snappy's up to. The same 2 smokes. And 3 up ramp this time. Spinx opting for early presence towards that cave position. Now it's Zipex's responsibility. Snappy with the wallbang to keep it conditioned. And not too fussed about that HE. They've got about 7 seconds left on this. The flashes will rain in. Holding from Cave. Magis, that's a big contribution.
Should be their first here, surely.
Look
at the time.
Has to be. Dihurt. He has to plant. He has to plant. He has to plant now, but now Zipex, he can't contest because Spinx is keeping him busy. And now the digits punch. What was that for a pivot? The patience on Dia. It's like 12 seconds, Chad. And he sits and waits, catching them. Spinx strikes. They both win their duels, and ENCE will take an 8th. I had exactly the same sentiment as you. There had to be Astralis's.
I was wondering if Natu was dreaming. Maybe I am. Am I awake? Is this Anders
Hang on, let me
simulation
pinch
right now? Yeah, okay, I'm definitely awake. Ah, that was punishment. Pivot, yeah, but punished. Nothing carried across here. And the laugh of Snappy says it all. Could not be having a better time.
I'm no body language expert, Chad, but I'd even call that a chuckle of disbelief.
Well, Bubsky almost letting the rage get the better of him there as well. What are they meant to do?
I have no idea.
I remember the conversation about this being a CT-sided map.
Yeah, well, the stats are going to get a bit wobbly on this one, for sure.
Maybe we could get a 16-0 from the T side.
Oh, Chad, well, you've just... Yeah.
There's no such thing.
No,
as
I know.
excuses.
Superstition, voodoo,
I'll find me a ladder. I'll walk under it right now.
Yeah? What else is there?
Black cats,
punch a mirror.
Yep. What else do I need to do?
I don't know. We all know it's not real, but people like to get as angry that like it is.
Yeah, well, it's fun. It's a fun little game we all play.
Yeah, that we all kind of pretend is real.
I'm happy with pretending things are real.
Shout
Tooth
out.
Fairy hooked me up a couple times.
I got £1. What did you get? $1?
$2.
Oh, inflation.
It's not even worth £1, so don't worry about it. Australian money's not real.
Oh, that's true.
Not even a real country.
It's good to know the Tooth Fairy is considered the currency and exchange rate, though. Keeping it consistent globally.
Okay, well,
Soon she'll be putting crypto under the pillow.
being pulled all across the map. And they've actually gambled over towards A. Now, the bomb again, this must be intentional, right? Diha, oh, he's quiet about it this time. Okay, so not noisily scampering back on through that audible water. But they're having to smoke their own cross right now. So even though Spinks has this red room control, 45 seconds, a lot of time to pivot. Diha's gone back through the swamp, now towards A. So ping-ponging all over the shop. I'm not certain where they want to finish right now, and the late nature of this, maybe resting on Spinks, some shots. He spotted a minimum of 2, and now he's dead.
Okay. Astralis can count. Could have counted on Zipex and the AK, but Magisk is the one standing between them and the site, looking to plant.
They've won this. They have to have won this.
They have to. There should be nothing left, and yeah, Magisk confirms our suspicions. So, Chad, you're telling me the round after you said it could be a 60-0, they win one. You're telling me that it's not real.
I'm telling you curses are not 100% real.
100% not real.
I'm telling you they're not
You had
real.
no bearing on Astralis winning their first
I'm not
race.
a witch. You know that cauldron that's in my room?
Yes.
It's not really.
That's just for your smoothies.
Yes.
Ah, but what with the bubbles, though? There were bubbles, there was toil, there was trouble.
You weren't meant to see all that.
I did.
Okay, well, the streak has been broken.
Look what you've done.
Let's settle into this one now, shall we? Everybody take a bit of a seat.
Can you just appreciate my camera work? I've free cammed on my PC so we can keep tabs of how they're getting that smoke there for Snappy, because I have a sneaking suspicion that it's just like routine for them. They just park it in the corner.
On their default.
On the default.
Yeah, might be left there early.
Real early. Didn't see it this time, so not so convinced anymore.
Well, Snappy is here. And this one is a bit of a default spread. 1 towards A, 1 towards mid, and 3 towards B. This is how the meta of the map has developed so far, but with the new wall bangs, look at this. They've used it to walk on up. Doto's walked into the site with the spam. Look how much room he has. He can even go around the back lines here.
Oh, they surely...
Oh, my God.
Surely not going to expect this.
Oh, my God.
Dupree to be booked first. He's screaming to his teammates as if he wasn't frustrated enough, and there's more to come. Deep smokes. Oh, pressure mounting. Missed shots. Diha still converts. And it's only Magisk.
They're all dead. It doesn't even matter.
Magisk.
How is it all just working for them here?
Everything. Dude, Diha's in CT spawn. Magisk's only way out is
forward
into Snappy. He even flirted with the idea of flashing for Snappy, but he's got that much of a read on him.
I can't believe it.
Get in! Whoa! Snappy from Snappy.
I can't believe that. The fact that he spammed back to contest against Snappy's spray through the wall opened the door. 1 minute and 18 seconds. Nobody knows. He's taken a sip of an invisibility potion right there, Doto. They're going to be asking, how did he get there?
I have no idea, honestly.
Watch this. Yeah.
A jump scare. A genuine jump scare.
Can't skip the beat. Oh, mine would have too. That should have been far from the possibilities.
Wow, Doto. Cheeky, beaky-like. I think it might be Dupree's turn. I think that's really riled him up.
Oh, ENCE miracle workers right now.
Yeah, why does this look like the... Oh my God, we might get ENCE Nip Ancient. That would be spicy.
Wouldn't mind seeing that one.
That might be...
The map pools actually line up quite nicely between those two teams.
Would you get like a Nuke, Ancient?
Yeah, but Mirage is pretty good for both of them,
True.
right? I think ENCE have a very flexible map pool.
Dupree, he's going to surely catch him out. He'll hear the pin pull and strikes into Spinks. Response from Snappy's a bit overdue. Where is it? Delivers another headshot just in the last frame prior to his demise, and what an angle taken by Doto. Just the tip of his head spotted, and Lucky doesn't even get to react.
They can walk back, get the bomb, and head to either site. There's still plenty of time. Diha's spotted now and has an idea that there's at least one close towards Cave. Zip isn't going to push just yet, but he has the ability to do so. He's on that left-hand side, and will clear him. So aware of everything that's coming their way.
Why is it easy for ENCE?
I have no idea, mate. I think maybe, just maybe, they have a song about it. Bubsky can't even hit that shot. He wasn't even looking. He was jumping on up. Hades presenting almost a free kill.
Yeah, Magisk is still worried about ramp, and the whole squad's coming in from the bedroom. Down goes Bubsky. Magisk to clutch. 10 seconds. It could get chaotic, and it will, but I know Doto far too well. One's the 1v1. That will be his 12th, but ENCE already up to 10. This is something else. Like, what is going on today?
I don't know.
Like, Vitality just completely absent, just beaten up by the ninjas, full bully circle, and then you come into this one. ENCE make light work of a Astralis pick. Nuke, no less.
10-1. 10-1.
They were chasing, you know, legend status, and they're just struggling to have a single round of impact. We've seen one on the Deegs after Chad cursed them. Oh, into the spine. Into the spine for 2. That's divine. And more. Dupree's Deeg is there, and Lucky as well. Maybe that's what's missing. It has to be the Eagles and the Scouts for them to find a round. That's twice they've struck. The aggression this time out of ENCE, and just didn't anticipate Bubsky lingering close to the smoke.
Both rounds will have profited through this A bomb side as well. So the quickness being the sickness for ENCE as far as hemorrhaging rounds. Now, Spinks has looked pretty good.
1v4 good?
No, not 1v4 good. Look, even though Astralis are getting owned right now, they're not going to give up this one. Unless Spinks is Hiko reincarnated and it's 2014.
I'll be 2014 Anders as well.
All right. You do a good, are you kidding me?
Yeah, but I haven't had the right stimulus or supplements today.
Ah, I see. Now, I think he could just be saving everybody. Now, you can see already the money not great over there for ENCE, and you'd think it should be, but some of these rounds have been starting to heat on up. Having a cuddle.
Yeah, brothers even in death.
Looking at the stars.
Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, they're good outfits today. They complemented each other quite nicely with the colours.
Yeah, it's good to get a coord with the relationship fit.
Would you be wearing a Mickey Mouse and a mini T-shirt with your significant other at Disneyland?
Chad, I'm many things. I am many things, but I am not a Disneyland adult.
Oh.
They
really?
have like, they sell like season tickets. People go like it's like their lifestyle.
Sean's there all the time.
Part of their personality. Oh, I shouldn't. Yeah.
Sean's there all the time. He loves it.
Does he love it?
I don't know.
Or is he taking one for the team?
He's there. I think he loves it.
But you think adults seeing other adults dressed up as popular characters and they enjoy it genuine?
Well, I don't know. People enjoy different things. You know,
yeah, of course.
In our realms, people, the Dota fans, they enjoy some cosplay. You know, they like dressing up as
I've seen some T cosplays. They haven't awoken anything in me.
Okay. All right. What about Counter-Strike cosplay?
Yeah, there isn't many.
Well, we could be now because we haven't had
the agents in play for long before the event.
Yeah, so now at the major, here's a challenge to everybody who's going to be coming to the Stockholm major. Can you find your favorite agent?
You want everyone to bring a cosplay.
Don't bring anything that resembles a gun or a knife or a grenade. Just the outfits.
Yes.
Just the outfits, right? None of the other stuff. Leave that at home. We don't need any security issues with the global situation, because both of those might compound negatively here. But Astralis 2, the best they can get is 5, and the double AWPs could be the key to that success. So back towards A, ENCE go, and maybe they won't push the issue too quickly here. Yeah, find your favourite agent, see if you can get an outfit going.
If you've got a wetsuit.
Yeah, you can do the, well, yeah, that's super
I bet
easy
Bardolph's
to do.
bringing his wetsuit.
That would be funny.
Calling it.
Bringing it back.
Calling it now.
I think it's been long enough. He can bring back out the gag.
Yeah, definitely.
Now they are a little bit later on this. That smoke up towards the B ramp with the molly in tow is starting to sell that there's more presence over towards this B site, as well as the fact it denies information. So the smoke's being lined up, and we've seen them go for that wall. Now they're going to go for that wall again. It's the two players, D-High and Snappy, who threw them previously, I do believe. This one ready to go. Spinks will have to be the gentleman's getting the molly in.
Yeah, and it's Dupree's AWP to see if he can rumble it. He's well ahead of the wall of smoke, so do they have flashes to account for the big box AWP? Sure, that could have been something special, and caught on the retreat. Bomb should go down uncontested. Can they learn from their previous shortcomings? He mixes it up, and Hades puts another one into the feed. Lucky caught on the rotate. It's way too easy for ENCE.
Saving
Someone get the song started. 11 on the T side.
You know what else was great there? We got to see it from Bubsky's POV. The donut player can't have a fight, right? But normally with the donut smoke, they can play around it. There he's completely denied any vision. So your options of fighting are either the big box or temple, jumping up over the smoke as we saw previously. And ENCE now with 11 rounds on the T-bloody side. I was having a look at the stats here during this event for the map and the round spread. 55.1% to the CT side and 44.9% to the T side. It's not even our most CT-sided map. Dust 2 is. Dust 2 is the most CT-sided map with 65.8%. That's
Is that based on recent?
That's just this event. Just this event.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Because I want
Interesting. And there's a small sample size as well, because we've only played a couple.
We've only played a total of 4 Dust 2s, right? So it's not the best.
Look how they butchered my boy.
Yeah, but also Inferno 54.9 on the CT side, Mirage 57.4 on the CT side, Nuke 57.9, Overpass 60.7. The only map so far in this event that hasn't been CT sided was Vertigo, which actually has a 51.3% lean on the T side.
Interesting.
That is very curious. I'd be interested to see how that stacks up with the stats, let's say, the last 3 months of all of these maps.
Or just grab Pro League and take a direct comparison.
Sure. That's something I could do quite easily.
Because there was you got a nice sample
Big
size
spread,
out of that.
All right, well.
Oh, do you like that combo? God damn, Dota's going to make me spend money.
You could just buy a bunch of cases and keys.
What, and not get what I want?
Try your luck.
A gamble?
No, try your luck.
Oh, sorry. Try my luck.
Trying your luck. Okay. Well, if you think we've got powers, Alex, do you believe in them or not?
I certainly do. You're right. They're coming my way. I'll just manifest them after. Say it out loud or whatever.
Put it on your vision board.
I'll put it on my vision board. Put it on my Pinterest. Little snipping tool of Doto's gloves. Here he comes, plying his trade with them, and an AK in play. Charging in. Lucky they know he's that side, and Spinks still just having no issues on these duels. Astralis are just being made to look silly. ENCE counting on Spinks, and he delivers. First man in the sight. And Astralis are running out of players, just pushing through mollies. Bubsky had to try something heroic. He's actually gotten away with that. Tucked into the cave now. I mean, that's just the first component of this retake, and it doesn't look like they're going to have the players to do this.
Okay, well, you think save is the best option, but with this low on rounds, you... Oh, may as well save. Okay, I thought that they'd give it a try. Magisk, he's gotten out of dodge. He's left Bubsky here. Bubsky's on 10 HP, and Doto, he's hunted him down easy as you like. One man standing. The hounds have been let off the leash. Magisk here all the way over towards the A side of things, and that is 12 bloody rounds. I cannot believe this. This is phenomenal Counter-Strike from ENCE today. This is devastation. They are hitting a whole new level.
Oh yeah, truly ascending. I mean, this is Astralis. And don't forget, like, if you haven't maybe tuned into the whole event and you think this is just being taken lightly, this is an Astralis that have looked threatening in every other game. Like, we have been not doing nothing but sing their praises, Chad. And an update on that B stream as I take a glance at Chad's screen. I see 11 already in the bank for G2. So they are just 5 rounds away from FaZe fans no longer chewing through their fingernails.
Yeah, we might hear celebrations from all around the world this evening. Here it is on your screens. And to 4v4 with 40 seconds left, Hunter can, do exactly that. Might be looking great for that, 12th round. Oof. 12th round. Fiend it's slipping through their fingers. That means tomorrow, if this continues, guys, so make sure you wait and see the actual end of that game. But it should be Fiend versus Copenhagen Flames for the last major spot.
Oh, that would be intense.
Yeah, and remember Copenhagen Flames, they topped their group. They went 5-0 against a group with Big, Mouse, FPX, and G2.
They did. They looked fierce. And when we talked to the players about teams that have impressed, it was all Copenhagen Flames.
Final round of play here.
There you go. There's some aggression, but Spinks is there for some housekeeping, not letting that get too messy.
Spiral out of control just yet. Dupree.
Yeah, hold on. Hold your horses.
Well, him and Magisk are giving this one a crack, aren't they? 13 kills for him and 11 for Magisk.
Dupree's catching the timing on that bomb rotation. Doto still delivering headshots, though.
He's a menace, isn't he?
He's a problem. Oh, nearly clearing the site on his own. Zipex perfectly placing his bullets and now looking to secure at least a third. 12-3 again. Oh, caught on the reload. D, huh?
I've seen him win
this
these.
Is so winnable.
I've seen him win these.
Ooh. Flustered now, and that does cost him just a little tickle on the health.
The biggest player he has to account for right now is Dupree has gone around the world. He's going to be coming in through the B doors. And okay, never mind. He won't even get a chance to play out this 1-on-2 situation. The defuse will come on through. Astralis will secure their third round here, but they are up against it. ENCE looking like they're sailing to a 2-0 here over Astralis and setting themselves up for a grand final against NIP tomorrow. Who would have thunk it? Hang around, 2-minute break, and we'll be right back.
Hey Future Pros, locking down mid as a CT can put you in a good spot in a round of Ancient. So let's check out the smoke incendiary combo that the Chad Sponge Birchall likes to throw. Get into the middle of the doorway just before the stairs. Aim to the vines at the extended leafy bit and throw your smoke. Then quickly position your crosshair at the tip of this leaf and walk forward and throw the incendiary instantly.
Of those two player shots to tell the story. Hades is so chill right now. He has not looked any more relaxed throughout this entire RMR. I mean, he has had nothing but pained looks on his face up until this point, but of course, ENCE not only secured a spot for the major yesterday with a huge win up against G2, they 16-4'd Astralis on their map pick, Chad, and it's 12-3 on the half. We saw a double dually T-side pistol. Snappy's whipping him out here on the CT, and I'm intrigued to see what's coming their way. Will they hit them with the same strat? It will look very familiar.
Oh, they're quick.
And already Magisk has cut down Doto. They'll have to play for the retake. Rotate's on its way. Deep control taken by Astralis. Bomb planted in the open. And ENCE going to start running out of players here. The shadow indicates Lucky on pillar. Oh, Snappy's running out of options now. Running out of health. Astralis looking to start this half strong. Sphinx held. Nice angle from Bubsky. Doesn't quite get it across the line.
Look how far around the world they've gone here. Diha is currently in Dona. I feel that this one is already over.
Yeah.
So just going to hold on to this for the force buy, right? And it makes sense because when you have such a lead like this, you're holding on to this and having Kevlar and a kit and a couple of nades as well going into the next round. It could be worth its weight in gold. So you get it, right? Because they have such a platform to work with here.
Hades probably a bit remiss. He lost 8 points of health.
Yeah, going to make it harder for him to get into that head armor. Maybe not even something he prioritizes here. Now, another B-Stream update, because this is huge news, right? This is massive news. There's so many FaZe fans out there. There's so many of them. And at G2, they are currently up 14-2, right? 14-2. Now, FaZe's hands, Fate have been out of their hands ever since they finished here at the event. They've headed home. They're no longer here in Stockholm. And within 2 more rounds, that means Olof will become the 5th player to retain that legendary status of attending every single CSGO major. Here we go, it is the force by Spinks with a Famus. The rest just Eagles, and he's going to get flashed forward for a fight.
Spinks just lingering on the edge of that smoke, and just as the CT1 blooms of their own, he's got a one-way now to try and play with Doto. Relentless unload of the Astralis mags, and it's left 2 frags.
Well, the force bar hasn't fallen flat yet, but at this point, you think it's just going to simmer on out because Astralis with the 2 extra bodies, the superior weaponry here, should be able to navigate across this map with ease. Spinks give away his position. They also know there's a Deagle top mid. So that's a lot of reconnaissance done early as Astralis turn their attention towards the B bomb site. Likely just 1 player here, and that is the correct gamble. It's just Hades. And he's dead. They continue to fall like flies. And Spinks, I'm sure he'll want to hold on to this Famus for the next round of play. So all 5 staying alive here, and good to see the resilience out of Astralis. This would be some comeback. That would change that narrative that we were having about this being a CT-sided map. Now, while we have this going, I did bring up the stats for Pro League.
Oh yeah, how do they compare?
Just to have a look at some of the maps, right? So Ancient during Pro League was only played a total of 13 times. And that was 58.8% CT-sided. Okay. So it's come down a little bit since then, but just a little bit. Dust 2 was a T-sided map there, but only just. We're talking 50.6%. So that one was the most even map that we had in the pool.
But now Dust 2 is at the highest at 60-something, 62 or something CT-sided. So those changes, at least in a small quote-unquote, sample size of IEM, EU, RMR, those are some letters.
Yeah, Inferno is close as well from Pro League. That's a 59% to 50.9% to 49.1. So yeah, you can go and take a look at those if you want, guys. HLTV does a great job at keeping all those stats for everybody.
Yeah, don't know where I'd be without them.
Yeah, we're very lucky to have that resource. Now, didn't get to keep that Famus across, did they? So it will just be the pistols, and the path of least resistance has been found through mid. Out the donor into the site. And the bomb is going to scamper on through T-spawn here. So Astralis, they will get themselves up to 6 rounds, but usually we wait until double digits before we start getting excited about a comeback here. And that is a long ways away. We just have to get past the first gun rounds of ENCE. Oh, hold on a second.
Let's get past this one too.
Yeah, that is a kill. We need to see another, very deep smokes and a re-smoke as well. So they will have to find a different avenue of assault if they want to try and retake this. All 4 of them collapsing in on Donut. 3 from the top red house side, 1 going to be coming from ledge and mid. And I just spotted a lot here.
Yeah, that's the information they needed. Round secured. They'd love a couple more frags for good measure here. And yeah, well, safe exit towards the A halls. They did get so much information on that. You can see Snappy's desperately trying to keep the chase on.
They've heard him, right? You can hear all of that from the A-man position and vice versa. So Snappy desperate and Snappy dead. That just goes down here. So yeah, okay, they take somebody with him. Maybe not all in vain right there for Snappy. And this is where the purchases are coming on through. So 80s into the AWP. We'll have some Kev behind that. Even a Molotov to work with for himself. And the rest are into rifles. Spinks has a Galil. There is a AUG for Diha, and the other 2 are on M4s here. There hasn't been a kit purchased on up, and Spinks would have had enough money to do so. So let's hope this doesn't come back to bite ENCE. If they need to defuse, it will have to be the full 10-seconder.
All right, well, this is what ENCE have been drilling for. Get our first taste of their CT setup. Look how many smokes are on the map right now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 of the potential, 10 already fading. And that's Snappy.
I'm loose.
Fading the lights out of Zipek's eyes. They have the sight. Snappy smoked off. Oh, caught a glimpse of Lucky. It's Magisk again delivering. Double already, spotted out another. Doesn't choose to deploy the util just yet. Diha has been scouted out, and Hades with the AWP onto Dupree. So that's going to be the lurker accounted for. They can focus their attention now on the site. And the timer extended by that bomb plant. Game on, and Hades not done. Maybe there's more from this AWP. Okay, Bubsky's got as well. Just deleting them one by one. Single file into the scope, and the evasive strafe. Diha could have finished it right there and then, and Hades from way downtown throws it into the stands and into the hands of Lucky. 13. First gun round, good for ENCE. What a retake.
Well, the bomb did go down, but the kit not a factor by any means. Hades, huge impact from him. Massive stuff. Absolutely massive. Well, they're going to get now a round on the board here for this CT side, and it all started with Snappy. The bomb site was lost. The kills were coming in the favor of Astralis here, but then this happened. Dupree, his job to make sure nobody can mantle on up and lock this down. Magisk trying to relieve that pressure, and he even accounts for the second on the push, so the coach happy with that. Hades as well with the smile on his face, and a timeout call for the CT side. 1 remaining here, and who would have thunk it? Only 1 remaining, and they've been getting up to this kind of antics. Now, it is an important round of Counter-Strike here, because if they're able to secure this one, they take it all away from Astralis. It's an open runway, a nice little velvet rope with the bodyguard at the door. He'll be letting you into that grand final. There's 3 more rounds of play here, and it is going to be an absolute pantsing that Astralis have suffered today.
Dupree and Magisk have been the ones to give Astralis any sort of fighting spirit in terms of the rounds, both on that CT side and as we saw just a moment ago in the opening of this half. Standard mid-util. Astralis have that control. It's not being vied for just yet.
Powerful position to have the AWP here, because if you try and cross this dry, it is a Grand Canyon of a cavern.
Yeah. There is some util. And he responds with Incendiary of his own, so that will cancel their plans.
Surprised he backed off. I think he could have hung around for a second or longer there, but the molly will fade, and now we can reposition here, so being safe about it. Snappy trying to get out, or is he just trying to fight here? Because he bought a lot of time, drops that smoke at about 1 minute and 8, so that's going to get them down until about the 50-second mark. All of Astralis are starting to corral over towards the B side of things now, so the troops are here. But there's also 3 players to defend B from ENCE.
Snappy tested. Does go 1 for 1. And Astralis in this commit, they have only got 35 seconds. They have to get through Hades' AWP. A flash is perfectly placed, as is Hades' smoke, so we can at least isolate these fights.
They're going to have to go through it.
I mean, yeah, or count on Zip, just taking some real risks. Smoke's deployed at the 20-second mark. These next frags are going to be very influential. He's hoping they run past him, and he's nailed it. Pins Dupree to the wall. Zipek's contributing in a very large capacity, and just enough time. Just to plant safe on the pillar. Spinks arriving on the scene. Zipex will clean up. 3. This time Zip delivers. It's all of the old boys taking it in turns. First Dupree, then Magisk, and now we see Zipex with a triple kill to put the 7th on the board for Astralis, and it was by no means a guarantee.
No, that was a close round right there. You like the move from Hades, right? But if you had anything other than an AWP, it's probably 2 kills. Immediately traded from Doto, but it continues to fall in their favor here, and Astralis is showing some fight. A lot of teams, when they're down a scoreline, what Astralis just stomached 2 maps in a row, I'm not saying they'd give up, but the will to live is going to be pretty small. Now, Astralis, they're showing that fighting spirit, and they're getting close to that double digits, so this comeback is on. Going towards A against the Pistols was a bit of thorn in the side for ENCE. They lost a couple of rounds to this, and Astralis are testing their luck. Only a USP over towards Temple will be mollied out of position. Now it's the donut hold.
Yeah, Spinks from donut has already caught one.
Doto's close.
Trying to find a gap in the smoke, and Zipex's head is very close. It's gone. Not again. No, no, no. Doto, the double.
He's pushing through the smoke into Temple.
Not.
He is.
Oh, the blind spot, and he's taken another. The Pistols are enough on this ace site. For Astralis and ENCE alike. Lucky forced into a clutch. The smoke will fade. He's got vision as well, Snappy. Oh, did he catch a glimpse? Now he has. Lucky's flubbed the movement. And he has hit a quick scope. Not the second, though, and ENCE will find 14. That's nuts.
Doto there, just using that smoke. I don't know if it was misthrown by Astralis or not, but on the site there, it had a little gap, and he punishes in a big way. This was for Spinks in middle, and that's while the A hit was coming in, so they knew exactly where he was. This is the gap in the smoke I'm talking about here, and he even used it to pip himself in towards Temple and find a third. So Doto,
that was sick.
Huge impact from the Finn, and oh, it's really hurt Astralis' bank balance here. Look at this buy, Scout, Mac-10, CZ, a Galil, and 1 AK. Dupree's been mollied on back immediately here. Aggressive stuff from Spinks out mid. Being contested towards Cave as well, and oh, they're going to push Nappy's position. He stands, but he goes down.
Yeah, I mean, he had to make a play.
Whoa, whoa,
just been found. They just bring the fight to them. How are you supposed to communicate and coordinate when they just keep running at you? They have the bomb now in Cheetah. It's locked on. Oh, Lucky's got a smoke. That's not going to get him far. Incendiary already actually licking him down to 58, 48.
Oh, Doto, really? Really?
He actually is. Oh, okay. Just recovered nade, and that could do damage. Bit shy of the mark, but they've got a bolstered defense now here. Smoke exchange. Wallbangs are threatening. Likely they want to at least have some presence in that ramp side.
They just start spamming through here. We know it's paper thin. They get to harass. There is plenty of time on the clock. The smokes will eventually fade. Spinks with the only other loose one here on the board, but he can't get close enough to throw this one in. It will be a fight, and this is one of the problems with playing the bomb. They know what corners they have to clear, but it doesn't matter. Diha's here.
Comes too easy. Last two, running into the spray. Doto,
oh, they're low.
He's done enough damage. It's Hades to finish, and just the one separating ENCE from a brilliant result. A feather for the cap. Taking down Astralis and doing so as convincingly as this, an event they've looked otherwise very convincing these days.
Now, just as we get into the final round of play here, the G2 Fiend game did conclude, so FaZe have found themselves into the major. That one has been secured. There are only 6 more teams who can qualify for the major. Extreme or EG, they will play tonight. Tyloo or Vici, and Copenhagen Flames or Fiend. 3 of those names will be at the major here in about
Last
17.
3 seats
yeah,
at the
that's
table.
it. That's it. But focusing in on the EU RMR, ENCE wanting to set themselves up as a big name going into that major. If they make it into the grand final here and they even upset again against NIP, that'll be G2, Astralis, and then NIP they'll have to have faced in this bracket. There's some juicy names. They didn't get here in the easy way.
Holding the A site is Diha. Opts for a full fresh 30, and it seems Astralis have had second thoughts.
Just against the Deagles.
To finish it off.
There's not even a bogey AK. There's nothing curious here to get the party started.
Hades does get the party started for ENCE. Oh, premature celebration perhaps. Sat in the open. Dupree with some good moves, at least the first found. But oh, Astralis losing bodies rapidly. Looking for some weapon recovery. Spinks is in a position to punish. Play in the closed corner. One more bullet could cut it. ENCE looking for the finish. Just 40 points of health.
Lucky in a 1-on-3.
Domination stations. And there it is. What a win. That's a win to be proud of for sure. ENCE, one to watch out for in Stockholm.
Well, they got it done yesterday under pressure of that Dust 2 game to secure themselves a spot in that major, and now setting themselves up with a grand final berth. You wouldn't believe it. Just in the fashion that they've done it. Look, we know that either in Pro League they were able to get the 2-0, but that's different circumstances. That's some online Counter-Strike. This is LAN. They showed up here today in a massive way. And you just love what you saw. Each and every individual, you remember a moment, right? Doto, he had his impact. Dihar, a monster as well. Hades on that AWP, Spinks. And obviously Snappy, that in-game leader. Can't forget to mention Saw, the coach of this one. But great stuff, ENCE.
Yeah, GG's in the chat. That is magnificent. Nuke. What an incredible result. And then you come into Ancient and you make the map look T-sided. You made Ancient look T-sided, playing with the statistics and playing up against Astralis, playing up to par. I'm very excited to see how far these boys can push it. A lot of new names combined with that of the old. It's a recipe for success, and Counter-Strike at ENCE will be at the tip of the tongue when discussing that very premise. A great day of Counter-Strike from them. We'll be taking the break back to break it down. And of course, there's more regions to be played. Chad's outlined just the limited seats at the table as we're looking to lock in our final few teams for the major.
Nice, guys. Good job, Oleg. Nice. Good job, boys. Good job. Long. I'm reloading. Previous. Outside. Nice. Nice kill. Nice. Fuck, vill inte bli? Ja, jag vet. Nice, Jonas. Oh, man. Pushing left side. Nice. Yeah, absolutely taking. But let's continue. Let's keep the focus.
Nice playing it.
Nice. Enough time. Good half. Nice time.
Nice playing it.
Yes! Bomb, please. Nice. Nice round, Oleg. Good job, bro. Thank you, bro.
Nice.
Nice try.
Right.
Half HP. Nice. Sick. One more. Nice.
guys. Nice.
Good job, game.
Well, we have another grand finalist, everybody, and it's going to be ENCE, the Finnish esports organization from Finland, as if you forgot all about them. Yeah, that's right, Yanko. You okay with that? You cool with that? I'm cool with that. And quite frankly, I think that you would all be cool where we're going with this one because it's time for another DHL MVP. But of course, that is brought to you by the ESL Pro Tour and DHL. So make sure you don't get it twisted. We're looking at a couple different candidates, and you can use your Twitch channel points to vote, and we'll catch up with the winner at the end of the grand final. The top 5 players you can vote for in this match are on your screen right in front of you. You can't really mess that up. Snappy, Dodo, Deha, Hades, Spinks. And weirdly enough, they won. So imagine that. Like, you can vote on an ENCE player right here and right now. Ancient really got off to the right step for them, and of course, they're going to be very, very excited and thrilled that they secured this one over Astralis. Now, I did have Astralis winning the whole thing in my own bracket, or at least with our predictions, but what was I thinking, right, guys?
Well, I personally predicted Vitality. So.
Yeah, a bunch of us had Vitality, so I think, ENCE NIP, the grand final we all expected.
No, of course.
Before,
yeah, it's right up there on the list.
Before this tournament, but yeah, just more of the same from ENCE on Ancient like we saw on Nuke. More aggression, more individual plays, and more bullying.
Well, they did it on the T side, which is definitely something that caught me off guard. I thought, okay, you can have a strong start, but going up 10-1 on T side, 8 rounds in a row without being answered, there was 2 rounds won there on time for Astralis as well. It wasn't a great half by any means on the CT side, and just with the players that you have on Astralis, you expect to win a few of the rounds on the CT side of Ancient, but ENCE's T side B executes were so good. They were just, everything was on point. We seen them just getting into the site, but the most important thing for a lot of the time where teams struggle is getting that cave control and being able to post plan. And ENCE just looked so strong once they got into the B side. Astralis were looking a little uncoordinated.
I think for Astralis, I think they're going to love the fact they have another game tomorrow, despite it not really meaning much. They can't be, the legend spot went to G2 and Vitality. And because what we saw, Lucky was a little bit shaken. We already said yesterday he wasn't up to the same level. Today it was even worse. Like, sure, ENCE was playing really, really well. All of the players, Astralis didn't really show up. But just having that extra game to just go through the same motions, to get familiar with everything, right? I think it's going to, every little bit of that helps when we're talking about going to the major after, right? You don't want to have those sort of nerves, these sort of performances repeat themselves there.
It's a little bit of a chance at redemption there, right? So Astralis lose here, but then they get to go battle it out again, and you get to see the likes of Lucky try to replicate some of the stuff he was doing earlier in here, because I'll just say it right now, I think he was one of the reasons that Astralis got as far as they did, Dinko.
Yeah, I think in the group stage he looked incredibly well played, but the problem was for Lucky, and they've been saying he's feeling sick right now as well, so I'll give him a little bit of an excuse there. He's not feeling so hot, maybe that's continued coming into this, but yeah, against ENCE, it's not a team you would expect to have the big scare factor, right? But Lucky did definitely look shaken over on Nuke especially, and sometimes if you have a bad start into a series, that confidence can dry up going into the next match.
Well, he better snap it up and snap it back in. And let me tell you, we're about to begin. It's Snappy with a few words just for us.
Snappy, a huge congratulations on that victory over Astralis. Sir, how are you feeling right now?
I'm feeling good. The entire team played good, so yeah, it was just a good day, I think.
Let's go through those 2 maps, starting with Nuke. Was it just a case of starting on the CT side, or were there specific plans that were being executed perfectly?
No, I mean, we had looked at them, and everyone kind of had an idea of what they were going to do, but yeah, we had some small plans, but I think people just hit headshot also.
Chad and Alex on the casting desk thought that you guys would be licking your lips knowing that Astralis picked Nuke going into you. Do you agree? Were you licking your lips? Were you excited by the fact that you were going to be playing them on it?
We kind of knew that it would happen after our poor performance yesterday, but I think it came down to us not winning like 3 or 4 like after plans, which was very much in our favor, and then we couldn't break their money. So I don't think Nuke is a bad map. So yeah, we were very happy, but we knew it was going to happen probably. So
moving on to Ancient. Again, second map here, and you closed it out 16-7. It looked like you guys as a team have a lot of T-side creativity on that map. Is that coming from you, Snappy? Can you talk about the way you approach the T-side?
Yeah, I think sometimes people come up with good ideas, but I think in general, like, we copied some stuff, and then me and Ito, when the map came out, just went to a server together, and then we just created some strats on our own, and they seem to work pretty good, it seems.
Awesome. Yeah, it looks like at least one smoke setup that we noticed that I don't think Chad or Alex had ever seen before. Is that something that you try to do on a new map like Ancient, come up with things that the enemy team pretty much has nothing in the toolkit for?
Yeah, I think like a lot of the stuff that we do on that map is like if you don't really need to do a lot of theory crafting in order to do new strats that is going to be surprising. It's a map where you can keep doing a new strat every time you play an official almost. So yeah, we are going to keep doing it.
Moving on to some general themes, you guys have perhaps correctly been framed as underdogs for the duration of IEM Fall. At this point, you're in the final. What does that mean to go from being seen as underdogs to being in the final?
I mean, it feels good. I think in general it's a pretty good thing to be underdogs because it puts less pressure on us. But at the same time, we don't really have any pressure. The pressure match was yesterday, and I think like today we will probably see the true potential because there's really no nerves on anybody. Like you have to realize that all the players I play with here are rookies pretty much. So like I think it's just good to see. This was probably some of the best CS we can play, and yeah, just played good today. So,
talking about rookies, Snappy, you're not a rookie at all. You've been a staple of the CS scene for a very long time. However, I'd say there's been an extended period before ENCE where you've been struggling to find your place. What's it like for you to be here now, absolutely smashing it?
Yeah, I mean, like in CS, and there's a general consensus that you cannot play when you get older. So I think that's something that kind of hurt me, but at the same time, I think me and a couple of other guys are kind of trying to prove that that's a false narrative and you actually can continue if you want to. I think it's just about drive and motivation, and I still have that.
Two final things. First being the final against NIP. Just general thoughts, please, Snappy.
Yeah, they've been looking good, especially in the group stage. They crushed everyone, right? So I think yeah, they probably have been looking the best. Like them on G2, I would say, was probably the two opponents we had the most respect for this tournament, so it doesn't surprise me that one of them ended in the final.
All right, and then very final thing. I know that there's a certain man sitting at home in Finland right now, very, very excited, proud, probably a bit teary, maybe had a couple glasses of wine. Natu, for him, all the other people behind you and the organisation, and of course your fans at home, would you like to send a message to all of them?
Yeah, I mean, I've said it a million times, like ENCE is doing an amazing job taking care of us, and we are, I guess, getting a bit more of those Finnish fans back, but at the same time, we also gain some Polish and Israeli fans, hopefully, and maybe some other countries. So, yeah, it feels good to bring ENCE back on the map.
Awesome. Well, once again, Snappy, congratulations. You're in the final of IEM Fall, and we'll see you back here tomorrow.
And that is exactly right. We will see him back tomorrow. And obviously Natu, if anyone hasn't checked on him recently, probably should do that. It's probably about the right time.
I can't wait for that pre-game interview tomorrow. Well,
yeah. But also, there's some other fan base we should probably check in on, and that would be the FaZe fan base. So, anybody want to tell the whole world what happened?
FaZe Clan are at the major. So, G2 obviously won their game, so FaZe are now through to the major. That's all they need to happen. And as always, Nico carrying FaZe.
Yeah, more of the same. What a surprise. G2 didn't finish last in the tournament. Like, one of the underdogs is going to finish last. Who could have saw?
Well, who would have known? I'll tell you what we can't see, guys. Let's look at the brackets, because there's a whole NA component. They still need to get the show on the road. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal it from you.
Yeah, wait to steal my thunder, man.
Okay, so make some thunder out of this then, I bet.
Wait to crush my snowman.
Well, G2 beat
your snowman
to get to the major, which was something FaZe couldn't do. So, you know, they went out and they beat Fiend, and Fiend definitely had a good run to get here, but once you get to the best of threes, it gets real messy. And
this is messy, right?
Yeah, this is certainly messy. Movistar Riders earlier today put an end to Copenhagen Flames in their best of three, and I'm looking forward to seeing Copenhagen Flames versus Fiend. I think that's going to be an interesting match to really see where Copenhagen Flames are at, because unfortunately, we didn't get to see too much of them, and in the playoffs, they kind of dropped the ball.
So what was it? You want to go to Copenhagen Games is what you
Man, I did. We had to cast Copenhagen Flames at Copenhagen Games.
Oh,
it was terrible. Yeah, it was horrible.
Well, Yanko, those days are behind, I think. I think that's the reality here. The deciders look a little something like this. Here was that upper bracket one more time as we fly it right off the screen. There's not even need to take that because we know who our finalists are. We're looking at ENCE and NIP. It's all laid out for us. There's
also
really...
third place decider trades. Don't forget about that.
Cool. That's cool.
The bronze medals.
Yeah.
Yes, bronze. Everyone's coveted thing, and maybe Valheim.
Hey, man, you win bronze, you get silver.
Yanko just dabbed. Everybody make a gif out of that. We're going to need that. Hey,
too late in the day.
ENCE versus NIP tomorrow. It's a grand final. It's set as a best of 5, which ultimately means a lot of Counter-Strike to still be played.
Yeah.
More ancient as well.
Yes.
That's exciting.
Probably be some more ancient. You guys want to get out of here?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, everybody. That does it for the EU portion. We're going to be switching over to NA. They're already deep in the playoffs, and, well, so are we. Imagine that. We'll see you guys tomorrow for those grand finals. Bye.
Yeah.
Yes, nice shot, my friend.
Cheaters ruining your plays?
I have eyes on the enemy.
Bad servers stopping your shots? What you need is ESEA. Advanced anti-cheat to stop cheaters.
It's my story of my life to be on the bottom.
Back to B to keep 2 there. Liquid still have numbers, and Elise has dropped one of Bad News Bears. Spongy on the Apps play is now decapitated, and the rest of the Bears have to come up through short and long. Majority on the former. Bomb up 25, and Elise has got another as Grim now has a one-way in the pit. It's not going to get easier. In fact, it's quite the contrary here for Bad News Bears. Grim trying to get info, Elise trying to get frags, and Junior finds him as he gets aggressive, and Grim now overwhelmed in the pit by John G. It almost felt like a lock-in for Liquid. They had time on their side, they had numbers as well, but Bad News Bears have beaten their way back through this bullish market, and now they've got the site.
Yeah, Stewie trying to move in, trying to turn the tide, and Stewie 2K, he's doing it to him. Sheikh Zula now all alone. This was a 3-on-2, and Stewie has carved a path back in, damn near single-handedly. Sheikh Zula, they don't know about him. He's playing the mind games, and there's the first.
No
Stewie
way.
is sticking it, though. Stewie is still on the bomb, and so he's going to win it with the stick, even though Sheikh Zula gets... You know this B play's coming in. Stewie's dead right away, but over at Banana, that's the bomb getting caught at the back of the pack. Team Liquid are holding on to it, and with the molly down, I don't think there's time for Bad News Bears. Naf! Oh, locking them out of the site. Swisher just doesn't have the time of day to win this round, and so Team Liquid, they put a stop to it in a pretty gnarly fashion. Wow. Naf goes on to close out.
Will it be cleared? Oh, no help here, Elise. Oh, they do jump it. Deagle, new Deagle. Old Deagle would have done
That
it.
was the old Deagle, mate. John G is dead. So's the second guy. So's the third, probably, but not anymore. They're locking this round in.
What a mess.
Grim down in the pit. Oh, my God. The Deagle of Grim has torn them down.
What's going on? still here at top B, trying to force shots to find out how many more members of Liquid are here. Nade is nice, juicy. Fallen going to get flashed from behind, and he takes the first, dropping the bomb. You've got to trade that. Elijah's gone through, locking in the half. It's 9 rounds.
So don't count him out of it just yet, but of course not having the bomb will be a bit of a problem as that flashbang is going to fly over, and Sonic takes care of Safe pretty handily.
Because they know that under scaffolding play is cleared. See, he doesn't spot the planner, but he gets a kill in the end. 3v3 now evened up. They have an idea somebody is towards Palace, but the off Safe is always going to be tough to deal with. OC clearing out, spots out the second player. They still expect to clear in Palace, but how do they clear out Safe and Ramp? They don't have the utility for this, and now we get into a more dire situation as the time begins to dwindle. Uncharacteristic miss from Safe, though. OC's got himself 3 on the rifle, and now as Sonic holds the bomb, Hardzow's a little too into the party. He's running into 2 players from Extra Salt, and OC with the quad kill. So smart from Hardzow. Spot Sonic again. Sonic's just jumping out. Hardzow finally pounces, but now Marky has to worry about Apps and Mark flank. He's gonna get 1, maybe a second. No, Nikis mows him down with the Mac-10, and Hardzow goes back into the Mark 4. They have to expect him, but the flashbang comes in. Fang trades 3v2, but Fang makes it an even 2v2 as the bomb is down and begins to tick further. OC with the op, looking for an opening kill. Fang is still on site, tossing a molly back pillar. But these 2 players, 1 on Apps and 1 on Arches, going to be in very good post-plant positions, given the plant spot towards apartments. OC not going to spot the utility running low. Fang swings open. OC 1v2. He knows where 1 is. He's going to hear the drop of the second, but it's going to come down to time, and he's lost the amount of time he needs. Misses the shot. Mop up for Pain.
Yeah, and he was the player leading the charge on Overpass, and they won 16-10 on their last BO3. So, We'll have to see if he's got the magic once more. Had 23 frags in that affair. Fang, along with JT, waiting on stairs, joined by I think it's safe to say that both teams had lackluster T sides and a lot of questionable executes. As we're going to get some action early on here. OC gets a couple over on Safe. Safe and Big Uzera go down. Sonic is going to drop Nikiz. 4v2 in favor of Extra Salt, making a 4v1. What the heck happened? Why wasn't this here in regulation?
He's posted up waiting for someone, and if Safe over-aggresses, he has the bomb. That's a bomb dropped in the vision scope. I think there's a triple stack towards the middle, and the good flashbang from Fang. He might have himself a second. It's Marky to help out. Is overextending. They're just holding, they're waiting, they're playing the time. Now it's time for JT's pop, but a collateral from Safe. It's actually on a PKL. He's killed his teammate and basically sunk his battleship. There's no more chance. JT wins it, and it's going to be Extra Salt at long last.
Although it looks like ATK is going to get the bomb planted here, it's still at a man disadvantage, and with Gratisfaction heading into Nana, Mango's going to be in a world of hurt unless he
They've not mollied him off, but Mango hits 2 entries, both headshots, and the chance for ATK to get this round. But the retake is starting to come through as they're working through the smoke, swings in from behind, but Mango has 3. He's continuing to dominate here in this round. Maybe the Energizers and ATK needed to close that gap a little bit. Looking for the 4K, goes away as Gratis misses that.
An entry mark, he needs some defensive kills. It's not looking good for the Salt side as Bad News Bears bully their way into A. JT's forced out by the Molotov. He's got to fight. He's got to try and stop that bomb, but he does at least kill the planter post. Sonic in from the lobby, and both players spotted at the back of the site. Sonic's got the info. He's got the kills, though. Junior with the flash. Not out of the woods yet, though. They are taking control of the site. Smoke coming down from Hard Zhao, and Protect goes in.
Pretty down 11 to nothing. We'll have some sympathy for them. Oh, okay, here we go. Missed him. Gets a nice little headshot. Team Liquid caught being too. Bad News Bears, a swisher, thinks put open these doors, will do it, and gets fragged through them by Hard Zhao. 2v2, and the problem with that is that no trade is going to come in. That bolsters things for Pain.
There is an opportunity for Spongy, but they do know where he is, and Junior has a Molotov. They're going to group up together, however, and I like this reposition from Big U. He's going to go silent on top of the silo. A flashbang would be huge.
said you didn't think he could get the ace, but he's looking to prove you wrong. 3 out of 5 ain't bad. Azza playing around this smoke, but his time is limited. Tagged up by the M4. Elige going to put him down and goes on to double. It is a damn good try out of Jacob's hero, AK, and it at least facilitates the bomb.
3-0 for Liquid, all that being said. And if that's what one man can do with an AK, what are we going to do on the 4-buy? That is a dirty HE for Fallen, and Stewie's here to finish the job, mop up the pieces. 2 kills off the A1S, and with all these mid flashes for Liquid, they're continuing to take names, take space. Another re-peak for Elige, and it's a clean all round for Liquid. Liquid is still here with numbers though. Stewie has a Zeus. What's he gonna do? Nothing with that.
Oh, yeah, I mean, the Zeus is gone, mate. All the excitement of the round out the window. Either they come to us or we're left saving, and then we have another go at it. This round, they send 2 players into Palace, and they both get churned up. Yaz moving in, and now fakes the footsteps back. Now in the Palace, and if you swing for the Sloth King, you better not miss, so Buntet won't.
We can just explode into B whenever they feel comfortable enough in middle to get up catwalk, but there is still this heavy setup. You don't have a top con smoke. Nafis, Fallen's seen this underplay as well. He's going to get out of there, and luckily Grim covers him from the back of the B apartment. And the Eagles in middle are dangerous at worst and fatal at best. It's going to be a B rush for Liquid, but the gun's already here.
Yeah, Buntet with this scavenged AK can't find the spray. More weapons retrieved, more chances for Extremum to make something of this round, and Azza has made it likely. Grim in this clutch. Jacob still to beat, and Grim.
The only util he has, the only util he needs is that smoke for a potential Molotov, and Liquid just, tapping their way into the A site. Now there is a second player who swings wide, and Lias gets caught with nades up. Saved by Jacob, saved by the Bell. Extremum's teamwork, their trading is far more effective than yesterday's. Jacob still trapped though in Sandwich. Not looking to make a meal out of this round, so it's Stewie who chows down with 2. It's Buntet now in a 1-on-3, and that barrel might give it away as Stewie spams the smoke.
That flash does force Buntet off the angle now. The AWP out with the first. They're already up and past him though. The no-scope from Buntet. Another! Buntet holds on! Not content anymore with sitting back in CT and waiting for it to happen on Liquid's terms. Stewie making noise, and there's the flash kill. Grat will fall, and Fallen's P250 is in with a double. Now onto the AWP. Lias mollied out, and Fallen's got a third.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Fall, powered by Intel. We've got one finalist already decided here at IEM Fall, one more to be found today. It's Team Liquid versus Godsent, and one of these teams will emerge for a chance at the crown here at the IEM Fall. They're already in the major, they're already confirmed into their spots, but now it's all about the glory of IEM, and what glory it is. Liquid, Godsent, and then also a little bit of a match on the B stream that you might want to check out. That's the 5th place decider between EG and Extremum. Winner of that will be in the major. So a lot on the line there. Be sure to keep that up during the breaks when we go off. You obviously don't want to miss us talking here on the desk. We're so shiny, pretty, and beautiful. Yeah. Aren't we, Laz?
Oh, we totally are. Look at us. We all look great. Look at that shirt. What is that, flowers?
They are flowers. Yeah, I'm not sure which variety, but I like
Mike is looking spicy today. Damn, all right.
Feeling spicy. What's the
This time it's Laz and Mike doing the flirting for once. I'm enjoying it.
Yeah.
I just had to watch.
You feel like you're left out in the corner of the room?
No, it's fine. I'm like
it?
the creepy uncle just over here.
Just staring from the closet. Let's take a look at the bracket, see how we've gotten to this point. We've already got one finalist, as I said, Furia, locked and loaded. Meanwhile, Liquid and Godsent trying to join them there. Will it be a Brazilian matchup, or will Team Liquid defend the crown here in NA? That's what is the big question here. And then obviously you see that 5th place decider match down below. Actually, it's the 3rd place decider that we've got on that bracket graphic. A little bit of pain down there.
They're waiting. They will get their opponent shortly. And for Godsent here, I think this is more important for them than Liquid. Let's be real. Heading into this matchup, Liquid, look, they're going to be good going into the major, whatever happens. This is really a chance for Godsent to get a bit of experience ahead of the major against the level of team they may have to play against. Because Godsent have had this steady rise just consistently, and some of these players have not played against top competition too often.
I mean, they're so young, right? Players like Dumao, players like Barton, players like Lato, they're just so very young. But a guy who's not quite so young in that roster and who's got a bit of history with Liquid, well, it's one Mr. Taco. It's actually the last matchup between Taco and Fallen, and, well, the shoe was kind of on the other foot. Taco was a member of Liquid. Fallen was still a member of MIBR.
Yeah, this was such a cool roster. I mean, because Taco just came from the Brazilian squad before. That was SK Gaming, and he was actually a very big contributor for this roster. I mean, he was actually putting up very big numbers. He was not the opper. He doesn't kind of float that in. He was actually just the big support that they needed. And I think it really worked out well for the early iterations of Liquid. And I mean, this is like way back when, they used to have twists and they used to have a completely different roster, and things have changed since then though, Mike.
Dude, look at this MIBR roster quickly as well. Like Stewie and Tarek on there. That was when Stewie was on MIBR with Fallen.
That was Tarek too. Tarek was on that roster too. Yeah, exactly.
Crazy.
Kind of feels like the bizarre fever dream, right? This was right after winning a major. They're like, we're going to go join MIBR. It's just such a wild piece of CS history. That team never quite had the results they were hoping for, but I mean, it's an interesting one. And obviously, still a lot of the members of that Team Liquid side in Naf and Alish still competing here, so some history there as well. A little bit of a brother-in-arm action now coming into this particular matchup.
They seem to be the go-to for Liquid, right? Naf and Alish, you just can rely on them always being there. Some of the other pieces might get switched around. Yeah, it is funny that we now have the Brazilian of Fallen on Liquid rather than Taco. It's kind of weird how that has worked out heading into this matchup, but I'm sure Fallen and Taco will enjoy it playing against each other again. I'm sure they'll have a bit of fun with it.
Now, looking at Taco's history since he left Team Liquid, specifically against Team Liquid, well, it hasn't been all roses, has it, Laz?
No, it really hasn't. I mean, you can see it on here. He's got pretty much a negative 100 KD difference. I mean, it's just the numbers aren't really there. But again, like we kind of said, his role in this team especially is his leadership, his mentorship, and to being kind of the mentor, I guess. I think I already said that. But again, he's trying to mold these young players. He's relying on Barton. He's relying on Dumel to kind of do all the work. But yeah, it's a little lackluster, I'm going to be honest.
Yeah. These are the sorts of numbers that make you go, oh boy, we could be in for a rough one here. Look, to his credit, Taco's actually been fragging really well this event. He's the 3rd highest rated player at this event for Godsent. He's basically alongside everyone else. They're all at very similar ratings. So I honestly think that's been the main thing that has pushed Godsent over the edge. It has been the fact that Taco's showing up alongside the other fraggers, and I'm hoping they can keep that up here because the main thing they need against Liquid is to just earn that respect early with those individuals.
Well, big focus today is going to be the young players on the roster for Godsent. I know a couple of young players out on the scene who we're also going to be hearing from a lot today. It's our wonderful casters, Harry and Hugo. How you guys doing today?
Oh, yeah, your throws are beautiful, Mike. Thank you. Really set us up. You make us feel great about ourselves. And we have good reason to feel great, Harry. This is going to be a banging matchup. I'm a little scared for Godsent today, obviously. But as one of the teams who came in, the only team who came in with 0 points to this tournament, right? Hadn't gotten any from previous RMRs. Now they're in the playoffs. They've got to feel good at a bare minimum.
Yeah, no, I've said this consistently throughout the RMR so far, man. I find myself very quickly becoming a fan of this Godsent team. The whole project has shown a lot of improvement, right? They really are like the most improved. It feels like they're always taking steps in the right direction, and so I like this storyline that the guys on the desk are kind of penning right now. Right, this is like a chance for them to get that experience, show what they can do versus top tier NA opposition, and it's going to be a taste maybe of what they're looking to achieve at the major.
Yeah. The question is what kind of taste, right? Because for the other side, if we look at, Pain Gaming yesterday, they took on Furia in those playoff matches and they got kind of reamed out. So I'm hoping Godsent show a little bit more face than Payne did last night, Mike. But I don't know. What do you make of it? This is going to be a banger at least, we'd expect.
I think it is going to be spicy. So much of it depends on what Liquid want to show here, right? And I think that's a lot of what we're going to see from the get-go. Are they going to get weird with the veto? Are they maybe going to try out some different things, move towards some different maps? I'm not sure. I'm not sure which way it's going to look. One guy who's probably going to be lighting the way, no matter how diligently they're taking some of these maps, well, it's going to be Mr. Elige. This guy's been a monster so far all tournament.
Do you want to pick out any of these, lads? Because you could talk about all of them.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see everything here. But the one thing that's really interesting, we were kind of talking about the old days, with people on MIBR, and even back then, Elige was not that player that used to get those opening duels. Right now, he's sitting at about 75% win rate that he's able to go for those duels. He wins them. Whereas back then, it was almost unheard of. You never saw Elige's name going for opening duels. He never kind of played that first entry role. He was always in the back. He kind of just seemed to pick up the extra frags when he needed to. So that's a very big difference. And also to kind of pat stat him as well, when he played all his matches so far in this tournament, the best series he had was against Extra Salt. And that was kind of the do or die moment for Extra Salt. I mean, he popped off. He had 111 ADR, a plus 17. More than half of his kills were all headshots. So, I mean, the guy's just an absolute headhunter.
Yeah, and picking up on that quickly, not just the overall opening kill numbers, but for me specifically, looking at the T side numbers were just absurd. So he attempts the entry on T side in 36% of the rounds. That's the third highest at this event. He's going for entries. And yet he still has the highest success rate, despite taking the entry like almost more than anyone else at 70%. That means he's putting his team at a man advantage on T side in 25% of the rounds they've played at this event. Like, what?
And if I can even say anything quickly, I mean, it doesn't really matter about the CT or T side. If you give the guy an AK, more than 46% of his frags are with an AK. Ooh. So, I mean, that's already making a big statement. So you know that either if he gets an AK on CT side, he's going to do damage. He's going to dismantle people no matter what. So just give the guy an AK, and you're going to be able to get some good results.
Well, he may be ripping through and making clips, but if you find yourself ripping through and making clips, well, you can head on over and enter the Monster Energy Gaming Challenges. If you've been playing Pugs on ESEA, this week we're looking for op collateral kills. So if you're feeling like you've been getting Zywiggy with it, you got a nice op collat clip, you can upload that, enter the competition, and if you win, you can win some fabulous prizes. Head on over to @ESLCS and @ESEA on Twitter for more details about the competition, and maybe you'll be the featured clip of the week. Good prizes on the line. Some exciting things as well for Monster Energy. Very exciting to see here. So I think Elige might just get himself an entry in there, right? He's not really pulling out the op too much. Maybe it's going to be Fallen's game instead. Stu's been picking that up secondarily sometimes, and Half has it sometimes. I mean, it feels like a lot of what they've tried to do here at this event is force everybody to say, can you go toe-to-toe with us, mano a mano? We're going to get aggressive. We're going to get in your face. We're going to shoot you in the dang face. And if you can't stop us, we're going to run away with these rounds.
Well, and the thing I like that you mentioned about that too is Godsend was a big thing about Ops too. We don't know. We don't really understand the structure of this team. But you know what? Let's see if we can understand this map, Vito, because I know we were talking a lot about this. Liquid should be going for the HMED. Yes, it's already through. Vertigo actually going to come in from Godsend as well. So I'm a little bit surprised. That's a map that they do quite well on. But Inferno is going to be picked from Liquid. That definitely makes sense to me. I mean, they have a very good win percentage on that. And then going to be switching things off here for Nuke from Godsend. I really like these picks so far. I mean, Haka, what do you think of the last map?
Surely Liquid banded us 2 again, right? They don't want to play the...
Oh, all right. I didn't want to jinx it. I felt like if I said it, I was going to be totally opposite. So I was like, Haka, I feel like your prediction's been on point this whole tournament.
Apparently not this time. Wow. So Liquid in the group stage banned Dust 2 4 out of the 5 times, and the only time they didn't ban it, their opponents banned it. So we were thinking they just didn't want that Dust 2 at all. Apparently they do, but it's Inferno as the first map, and it makes a lot of sense this pick comes through.
This is the first Dust 2 we've had between NA and CIS here on the IEM Fall. Like, this is the first time they finally let a Dust 2 through. They've been playing in Europe a little bit, but no one would touch it over here with the changes. So I am so excited. I really hope we get a 3-map series out of this now.
Oh, I really hope so too. I mean, I think this Inferno game could be very, very interesting. I mean, theoretically, Liquid have about a 75% win rate on this map. But, I mean, we said this before in the earlier stages. This is against different competition. This is different tiers of teams. Whereas Godsend, they have about an 88% win rate. And they are kind of that CT-sided team. So we have to see if they're going to be able to kind of push through and have a really good first half for them starting off. I mean, Liquid were able to show that, you know, it doesn't really matter what side they play. It's pretty much dead even for both of them. So, I mean, Godsend, they need to show up right now.
They do have some decent wins under their belt. It's not just a high win rate. There are some decent teams that Godsent have played. They beat Furia on this. They beat Pain on this. There are some solid wins in there. But for Liquid, it is a map they're basically always playing against top competition. So even though the win rate isn't higher for Liquid, would expect them to still be favored here on this map. I also love that dynamic between Stewie and Naf on B. Stu oftentimes being the aggressor, Naf being the man further back. But for Godsent, they've got to stop that from happening. They've got to stop that early aggression. Use those nades to make sure Liquid can't get up in your face.
Well, we'll see if that dynamic duo can bring it in. But for now, it's time to leave it to another dynamic duo. It's Harry and Hugo.
Oh yeah, we're right up in your face, in your business and in your earlobes. It's Godsent Liquid, and it's sure to be a banger. Maybe Pain couldn't live up to the heat against Furia. Liquid also went 5-0 in their group. They're not looking like sleepers in this tournament. Back home on NA soil and looking to dig graves. Godsent, CT-sided start at least. They've got Julies.
Yeah, dual Berettas for Taco. Come on, baby. Ooh. There's the first. Ooh, they keep shooting, but it's only one.
Yeah, that's always the way with the Julies. You expect a little bit more. Triple app setup. Lato gets dinked, but it's Phelps to clear from the corner, come out with a double. Now it's just the nades left up for Liquid. 2-on-4, but don't count them out. B is free, but the bomb under the possession of Phelps, who's still fighting up in the apartments. Lato's covering, and Phelps has picked off Naf. Forget those grenades. Fallen needs to go in with the gun, and he's turned as soon as he gets to the corner. Lato cleans house, and it's going to be Godsent to take the pistol. Liquid's pick in the series. Little BO3 here in the semi-final for glory, for points, for pride, and for money as well.
Yeah, and you know who doesn't love money? Right, I think that's one thing we've all got in common. Hugo, do you like money?
Yeah, it's all right.
I like money too.
Yeah. Purchasing things are fun.
Money is power.
Yep.
And you can't run PCs without power. It all tracks.
Sure.
Now, Stewie 2K, that's a man capable of outputting a tremendous amount of power. A power bottom, some would say. Here he is with the Deagle. Deagles are plenty, actually, for Team Liquid. When I say plenty, I mean 2.
Yeah. Couple of troublemakers in this round. That goes back on short or on app side. Lieges trying to find him on that wiggle, but he's not going to get given a kill. Tucked in on long is Barton, but no flash to get him in.
I'm just going to come right out and say this early. Godsent win this series, by the way.
All right, it's bold. We'll see if it pays off. We'll see what happens. They would face Furia in those finals if that's the case, and I'm not against that. Could be a little bit of fun, couldn't it?
Rematch from the IEM Winter qualifier, where, of course, you know, we all know what happened there. Godsent took Furia down.
Couldn't do the same here in this group, of course. 11 rounds on Mirage. I like our map ball. We haven't casted New Dust, Harry.
No, we haven't.
This entire event, we've done CIS and NA, and we haven't casted
I'm so excited. And I hope we get all 3 as a result. But sadly, Godsent are going to bang him out in 2, aren't they? So,
considering you're a big Liquid fanboy, this is a big statement.
It is a big statement, and I think it shows just how romanced I've been by Taco and his squad.
All right, what's he slipping in your drink? More drink?
That is the way to my heart. Oh, looking a little empty there, bud. No, actually, I just got this from the... Oh, you're putting more in already, are you? Okay. Right, so look, here's the buy-up for Liquid. Grim, donning an AK, pushing up towards the top of Banana. That's the area at the top of Banana right there.
Yeah. Wait, let me fact check that real quick.
Yeah, is it good? You can't type that fast, bro.
Computer says yes.
Dude, that's a bad joke because you're too fast on the keyboard, Hugo. Now, Taco's taking all this room in alt mid.
You're too slow.
He's too fast as well, and he's started to piece together that this is looking like the B play. Team Liquid are already in, though, and this boost coming in late is actually pretty huge. It's already been cleared. No. That should have been a kill for Lato, but instead, it's a double opener for Team Liquid. Make it a triple. Oh, baby, a triple.
Exactly what it is. And yeah, like you said, that was a nice idea for Godsent. I don't think they were expecting to pop that quick. Maybe it's not by purpose, but getting the boost up after Liquid clear the angle and already looking into the bomb site. Now, a bit of a whiff on the top of the boost. It happens to the best of us. and the rest of us. Fallen trades Barton in spawn, and Liquid are on for a round. Taco, who may have taken T-spawn in the early seconds, can do nothing with that control. And Godsent are locked out of there first. Liquid's gun round gets going, and it gets going good.
Yeah, I like it when they hit the ground running. It's a shame that Taco is the only survivor after going on that big ult mid flank. You know, he lives to tell them, yeah, guys, it's a B play. And then the guys in B who are getting shot at, like, yeah, Taco, we know. They're here. They're already in the site. And to Team Liquid run away with that one. What's the response going to be? That was a bonus round attempt for Godsent. I do always love the jugs that Godsent bring to the table. Right, Dumao has always got what looks like a milk carton for the extra space, I'm assuming. That's pretty smart, by the way.
I imagine they sell water in that as well.
Yeah, well, like, you know, I just know, yeah, I guess. But I know it even looks cloudy, like, on the outside, man. The point I'm making is pretty smart. I'm going to steal that for the future.
More hydration, the better, but Dumao, take a sip of that, drops off the boost, and Stewie's ready wide. If he just commits here, even though two are in ult mid, Liquid are going to win the round. Lato needs a multi-kill. He's being wrapped from the backside, though. Smoke doesn't go out, doesn't need to. And the push has yet to come through for Stew. He's waiting. Naf's hearing rotates, but the bomb's committed. It can't do anything about it. Naf can backstab, and Godsent aren't considering this fact. Fallen sticks that plant eventually, given respect with cover from a lead. Stewie has the round in the palm of his hand, and he crushes one, but Phelps will trade. Naf with the backstab should be the deal sealed, and eventually gets that kill. Now with backline gone, Godsent have nowhere to go but in.
Yeah, Lato is forced to commit to this one with Naf holding CT. He's going back, he's looking for Nafly, but Nafly, not the kind of guy you want to fight, and Fallen will never give you the chance.
Yeah, it was nice from Liquid. It could have gone weird, could have gone wrong, even with Stewie only getting one, but the late long lurk gets Liquid another gun round. And now you're talking about breaking money, right? Not just money, but hearts as well for Godsent. Full eco, with just that little Zeus for Dumao, locked in at the top of B. The Zeus, it's been letting me down as of late, Harry.
Yeah?
I hope for...
In these pro matches or in your matches?
In my matches and in pro matches. I haven't seen any Zeus kills in the NA region. We've had some knives, sure. I respect a knife, more money. Makes sense, but... we need a little more Zeus action. Who was it that tried to probably jumped off of boost on you know, the boost that Lato's on with the Zeus? They tried it. They almost got it. But almost won't cut it. Not here. Not today. Liquid are out for blood. Going B, but faking out that A site first. They're going to get... oh, no. Phelps, we're talking of knives. He's got one ready to go. Elige, no chance to react to that one. Just a step and then death. And Liquid go, fine, you got a gun? We're getting out of here. We're hitting B.
Yeah, only Lato with a P2K on the boost. And with Fallen wrapping CT, Lato is going to die from a multitude of angles in a multitude of ways. It will be the least fun one as Grim runs him down, spams the smoke, locks in the round for Team Liquid. And this is a very nice-looking Team Liquid right out of the gate. I do love seeing, you know, Fallen versus Taco and Phelps. I think that's kind of brilliant, having them all back in the server, but on opposite sides of the coin. And Fallen looking to try and put on a bit of a show for us. Something that is interesting, by the way, and this is something that we've learned from, you know, our talks with Taco. I always bring up that CS Summit RMR, but with good reason. We got some nuggets of gold out of Taco. He let us know that, like, him and Fallen still on great terms. Fallen gives him advice and, like, lets him, you know, gives him little tips here and there. If Taco ever has a question, you know, he'll go to Fallen about it when it comes to this leadership responsibility.
Probably didn't help him prep for this matchup too much.
Yeah, Taco was like, so, I have to call versus this little team like Liquid, you might know him. Any tips? No, I can't imagine, you know, there was much dialogue before this one. But that, you know, makes it even more exciting. The fact that, you know, that they are still on such good terms, it makes it even more exciting as a viewer to watch and to you know, see. It's like a Padawan trying to become the master, right? If you want to relate it to Star Wars. You know.
Yeah.
Because you know what happened in Star Wars, right?
Like, spoiler alert, warning.
Well, actually,
oh, you go. No, you
I won't spoil it. Actually.
No, you can spoil Star Wars. It's pretty old.
No. I'll play it safe. If you haven't seen it, just anyone who's in the know, they know.
Yeah. Oh, you know.
You know exactly what bit I'm talking about.
You know, there are more wars in stars than there are grains of sand on every beach in the world. I can't do it when you laugh, Harry.
I didn't laugh.
No, yeah.
That was someone in production.
Oh, of course, yeah. Right now, the wars are fought on the ground, on the battlefield, on the front lines of Inferno. And Godsent are looking to bring that down Banana. They've got the AWP on B for Phelps. A team that always keeps you guessing when and where that AWP is running, and most importantly, who's holding it. Ollie in middle, gonna delay the A play. Godsent are still stacked heavy B, but Liquid have no interest in that matter. Barton cycling util back to A, trying to get the smoke in middle. Liquid love running through this though, and if they have a plan to, they might not let one smoke deter them. The util's in, short molly, long smoke, and so Liquid don't care about what they throw or Godsent throw at them. Got a clear Balk, Taco's up there, dropping the first, and Liquid just go. Speed into the site. Trade's looking good right now for Godsent, but then they start to fall. Phelps locked out on long, and no util to get back in. He's got to wait for Lato's flash.
Yeah, but they can give a moment of pause. They can wait out this one for everyone to group up and move in together in the 3-on-2. Grim does get down into the pit. I saw someone suggest calling this guy, you know, the Viper or something like that, because he's the king of pit.
Nice.
Like a pit Viper,
yeah.
Like the snake. Well, let's see if he can slither his way to success in this one. Elige playing around these long smokes, trying to deal the short end of the stick to Phelps with that AWP, but as he turns away, the timing couldn't get worse, and so Godsent pull up in a 3-on-2, and they leave with all three intact. They lock in that round and find their way to a third.
Yeah, nice little retake there, and Liquid can't get any space in the post plant. I love that little short smoke thrown down as well. Lets him climb over the cart, walk through into the bomb site as well, have a bit more cover. Liquid, it's still a confident A hit. If they managed to finish off Phelps, they would have been able to retake long in that post bomb. That's what they were trying to do. That's what we're hoping for. Not today, though. AWP out for Fallen. Phelps stays with his and stays on this triple B setup for Godsent. They've got to read and they want to run with it till it works. No one's going to give Fallen the pick. When you're heavy B, avoiding dying mid early, you don't want Liquid to speed things up into that empty bomb site. Good grenade. Very dangerous angle for Lato. Like, he may look tucked, but you can see him there if you go wide enough, and it's only to dodge a flashbang. Lato, oh, he's got to dodge death now, getting shot by his teammates. Does get out of there alive. Stewie, not too much better. 10 health. Might want to take that AWP out of Fallen's hands. So swap they shall. Rotate's gone back. Phelps is on long, and Elige is trying to take it.
Oh, Phelps, don't miss those. Elige on the receiving end. And let's not forget, you know, it was Elige to get knife that facilitated this AWP buy in the first place. So since it's come out, it's bested him twice now. Ooh, Phelps also going to deal with Fallen. Can anyone get rid of this AWP? Even if you do, there's still a lot more to find. Nav. He can make sloth-like reflexes. He can sense that something isn't right.
Oh dear. Phelps goes back though, trying to regain info on this A site. That's given up a 3-on-3. Now you still have two trapped back in A, but Molly's coming in. Barton's now cooking right now. He doesn't have a smoke. If that spreads any further, he's a dead man. Grim's cleared the first. Are they ready for Barton? Oh, he ticks the Molly again, and Grim does react. The bomb was out, but he's back in time to get that kill. Oh my goodness. I don't know if that was a spread. It looked like he may have walked into the Molly one step, but I don't want to victim blame. Getting burnt out of A, and Lato has to save the AWP. Liquid onto a fourth. And that went from a 5-on-3 to a 1 round for Liquid in an instant.
Yeah, crazy turnaround, man. Like, you thought Phelps had done enough. That AWP over at long was really nifty with the openers. And you have the 4-man stack in A in a 4-on-3 at that point in time. Yeah, there was still a 5th player, obviously, for Godsent, but Lato was all the way over towards B, mate. So, You know, you thought that was all the makings of a round. It all starts with Naf getting this one, and then it quickly spirals with a mad guy like Grimithy bringing it up the front. Here's that molly tag at the final second as well, and reacts in the nick of time. Yeah, bro, Taco, that's going to hurt.
Ouch. Yeah, a painful
I don't like
round
sad
to lose.
Taco, man.
No.
That made me upset seeing him do that little face.
Oh. Can't win them all, man. But sometimes you got to win them. 4-3, and it's just this saved orb. Of course, Lato very able to wield this as well. Get mollied out. Soul doesn't smoke it. Still alone on B. Maybe wants to keep that smoke for the late round, get a kill before. They don't know the orb's there, but Liquid find out a really nice way. Flashing and jumping around the corner. We've got Grim anti-flash right now. Stewie's holding it, but no re-aggro. It's just a solo orb and 4 pistols. Liquid are going to go into it, though.
Oh, it was close. It was close. But there's no rewards for close.
He's got another smoke already.
Yeah, that's a nice example of the utility drop-in that can happen. I love this idea, right, of leaving a hero gun over towards B and just giving him a bunch of smokes and saying, like, look, if they come your way, you can hold them off. You can slow them down, and you can try and whittle down these numbers. He's going to drop his own smoke, try to play ahead of it, try to play around it, but spam already coming in. Lato doesn't want to lose this AWP without getting anything done. Somehow not a point of damage done to him yet. Maybe the time will come where that changes. But this should be a Team Liquid round as good as done.
It's very awkward. He's waited so long, that CT smoke will fade soon. He's going to get out just as it does. Still got a second on it still, I guess. Might be a replenished one for Liquid. Either way, the gun gets out, and that's all Godsent really wanted. Stewie's looking for some exits on the way. Doesn't know exactly what Godsent have, but it's mainly worthless. And so no real reason to hunt other than that AWP that you know Godsent are protecting, right? They've put players between themselves and, or between Lato and Liquid. So another round out of Liquid. They, you know, that's fair enough to Liquid to just, you know, no map control all round and just exec B. They showed mid early, but then they went back and sat for a while in Banana, waited those 2 smokes, and then they just exec'd in. They called the bluff. Knowing that the money was low anyway for Godsent, they wouldn't really have much to stop them. But it's always the fear that you're walking into 3 or 4 players, and that's how those rounds can get weird. 5-3, and Phelps now given the AWP over Lato. And what do Godsent have to show for it?
Yeah, they wanted to fight for this banana control early. Nothing too crazy, pretty measured from both sides. Elige does try to, you know, push the boat out a little with that mid-peak. That's conceded the early man advantage to Godsent. Stewie running through the molly now. They've heard this tick. Oh, the flash from Doomau might have been good, but Stewie and Graham are better. They get the openers. Phelps will AWP the bomb on the cross. That's fallen dead, and this gives Phelps a real, you know, element of control over how this round plays out. There is a resmoke going into CT, and so that AWP has had to reposition as the bomb has now been retrieved, but Phelps gonna strike again. Oh, can't quite deny the bomb plant, but he's done enough to make the round interesting on this AWP. Flashes go over, no peek on the back of it. Godsent respect the plant for the time being. Another attempt at the 3-on-2 retake, and will they get the same results? Nafly gonna open, now wants to reposition, wants to keep them guessing, but Phelps ain't missing a beat. They know where Naf is, they know they've got him trapped over towards the pool, and they're looking to pincer him, split it together, and it's only 1 for Nafly. Taco trades it out. And that is a Godsent retake coming through. 4 on the board for the Godsent boys.
Oh, that was just chess for Liquid, right? They're just using all their util to get as much time as they possibly can, just trying to stall out Godsent on all fronts. Really good round out of Phelps as well, right? He's the guy who makes that happen, dropping the bomb, smoking off Liquid, forcing them to go back to the bomb site to plant rather than hunt down that AWP on its own. And yeah, even then on the retake, getting a lot done with the AWP. Taco was spotted by Naf flanking down mid on that banana flank, and so he doubles back, and the paranoia that Taco is still in Banana was there until the final couple of kills for Naf as well. So a bit scary. Taco resetting with his team and the smoke spam to close the round. Godsent are keeping us entertained here and making Liquid work for it. And that's respectable. Can they keep it up though as we hit crunch time? Another AWP for Fallen. Naf looking for Apex, but smoked off yet again. And get a spam through. It worked last time. Mid getting given, but only temporarily as Phelps moves in from long.
Talk about, hitting crunch time. Well, right now, we need that hero to emerge. Oftentimes, you look towards a Naf and a Liege, someone like that, to be your Captain Crunch, that serial killer. How is it going to fare? Phelps is holding long with the AWP. Phelps' AWP has been looking very convincing to open up this game as well. Currently sat top of the board. Top of the server, and here he is, flexing that mid control just a bit. Taco is baited them in, but Phelps is not ready for a close peek. And so suddenly it's all on Barton down in the pit, has to come up huge. It's a lot of damage, and he is able to finish the job. They know about it now. They're wrapping Barton, but he's good for a double. And he's kept this round open for Godsent. He's kept it in a doable spot for these B players on the rotation.
Stewie's got the post plant to win the round here as well. Fallen's got a perfect plant for it. Back at the bomb site, they reroute long. Flashes getting dumped by both sides to go to clear Fallen. He's got the reload off right now. They hear it, and he still gets the kill as Stewie provides a bit of cover. I'm sure Fallen's calling for help in that moment. Please bail me out. And Stewie will do so. Liquid lock in another A post plant, and Godsent's money dumpstered now. Just a couple of K a player. This is super exciting though, because Godsent are giving Liquid a run. They're, the rounds are getting super impressive. They're crunch rounds. They're coming down to 1v1s. Not easy rounds to convert against Liquid, but I think we've got a real series on our hand here, Harry.
On our hand, our shared hand.
Yeah, get it off my leg now.
Oh. Well, it's Naf dealing a spanking to Phelps. Whoosh. Barton. Pistol whip. He pulling up. Oh, there's some damage.
No.
Yeah, mate. Must have been a Tesla. It's a bit of a fire on the side of the road there. All falls apart. That's a Team Liquid. They're able to get past these pistols with ease, Hugo.
Yes, indeed, Harry. Checking every single angle, every anthill for anyone and no one, because Grim's got them both back down B. Liquid up to 7 on this T side, and now they're going to start to build, right? We need another rifle round out of Godsent if they want to stem the bleeding, hold their hands in the air. Otherwise, this might be a very one-sided half after all, and I've lied to you. But it's all on this gun round. No kit either, and a lot of these rounds have come into these post-plant retakes, right? Even 1-1s for Godsent. Oh, they're going to fight Banana instead. They're going to use a war of attrition, and turning back is Lato. He still gets traded. It couldn't have gone any better than that, really. It could have gone a lot worse, though. Shui's looking for more, and it's a rotate of Phelps that saves his teammate's life, leaving Godsent yet again a man up. Liquid have bailed themselves out of these positions before, but not ones like this. 4-on-2, full util, but Phelps is having a hell of a game right now to boost up. These haven't really done many favors to Godsent, but it is still a nice position, and one that Liquid don't really have the manpower to check if they're going to exec into B, and that seems to be the case.
And with the Legion, Naf still alive, you're always finding yourself believing, even in a spot like this, even in a 2-on-4. Mollies go over. Phelps having to come through the smoke. That is one hell of a nade to find Dumau up on the boost. Are they ready for Phelps? Playing around the lip of that smoke.
No.
A Liege comes in with the kill. Oh, spam could go either which way, but ultimately no one is tagged up by it. Taco and Barton left in what was that 4-on-2, if you remember, Well, now it's a long gone, distant memory. Taco leading the charge up through Banana. Barton walking. If he walks this angle, Naf wins this every damn time. But instead, it's a little jiggle. Elige back of the site. Look at the time with the swing. Taco drops him out. Without the kit, it's going to be close, but I think Godsent are on their way to a 5th.
It should be fine.
It's close.
What could go wrong?
It's close, but calculated by Taco. And 5 on the board for Godsent. Another one of these retakes that they are able to see through.
Yeah, it hurts for Elite, right? He doesn't know there's no kit in play there. If he does, there's no way he swings that. You don't want to get stuck in the smoke and hide and then just get spammed through and you lose the round. You want to win the fight. You want to believe in your aim. But, yeah, seconds difference there wins you that round. Like I said, no knowledge of kit, though. You would presume it's there. And yeah, the stress turns to success very quickly for Taco. Feels good on the retake. That was a 4-on-2 that Liquid almost win, but Godsent just get themselves over the finish line, and that's better than nothing. The alternative could have been a very one-sided game. Now it's still up on the chopping block. Guillotine sharpened. And yeah, that boost on B, that nade wasn't just a CT nade. That was a nade for the boost. It bounced off the top wall. Like Liquid, you're not going to see Godsent boost up there again. They have been punished so many times from that position. Phelps, he's had a great game. Can he keep it up? Stewie's got a jiggle. He knows what's up. And Phelps does convert the spray. Bombs back down B, but Liquid are almost committed. They're walking contact into the A site. Elite is very close. You're not ready for this. Oh, but Barton swings out from the bomb site.
Why would you say it?
And now the bomb is here, but it won't be lasting long as Taco drops 2. It's only Grim.
Yeah, Grim, often good in these clutches, often good at winning rounds he has no business winning. And for Grimithy, the challenge has just started. And it's ended. Nice and quick, nice and abrupt. 6 on the board for Godsent. You got to give them props for these retakes, man. Like on Inferno, even in like 3-on-2s, 2v2s, a lot of the rounds that we see, could spiral out of control. But Godsent always have faith in just grouping and playing the numbers in a retake. And, versus a Liquid that are understandably going to be playing confident, going to be fighting everything, right? Always looking for ways to kind of, go against the grain and upset you. It's great to see that they're still able to see these rounds through to the end.
Yeah, game's tightening up now. Still a chance to win the half for Godsent, and all frustration now coming through for Liquid as some of these rounds slip through their fingers. 6-7. Dumao 1-8, finally given an AWP, right? Like Phelps can do it no matter what you give him, and Dumao's not really had his role. It's been yoinked away. Commonplace on many maps, but they seem to somehow make it work. Dumao, can he make it work? 1-8 on the AWP on B. Liquid, their most success has come towards that B bomb site in terms of getting in. That's a lot of retake setups for Godsent, and many a time they have converted those retakes. Liquid still full setup on A. Just Grim faking out B. Phelps, careful, that flash saves his life again. As now Molly's come in to stop the assault from Liquid. He's only seen a couple. It's not enough info to draw rotates. You're still gonna keep 2 deep in that B bomb site. And Grim's fake isn't gonna keep them there for long. Lato's anti. And in fact, Liquid are running right back up Banana. Just as Dumao checks spawn to go back and consider that A site. This is when Liquid are getting set up. Oh, and they hear that rotate. There's no way Grim doesn't hear that rotate. He's called it. Liquid are about to pop.
Yeah, Lato needs to take at least one with him. Good for the first, and if he gets out of here now and they can just group again and play the numbers game, this is where Godsent have shown that they can, look good and they can remain faithful to the numbers. They're going to have to call for these rotations away from A. It's taking a long old while for these A rotates. Lato trying to create even more space, and he'll do that by dropping Fallen out of the round, out of play. Elige and Grim both in with the swing of reclaim that man advantage, and Naf takes it one step further.
There's just no time. You've got to give it a go, or you've got to get out now with guns, with something, with pride. But even then, the bomb is going to go off and Liquid are still hunting. They know they've got them locked in ruins. They haven't seen them escape from spawn, and everyone's dead at this point in the round. Everyone's dead. Liquid get it done, though. Not only Grim hearing that rotate, which has called, Liquid to commit. Worst case, they know they're running into 2. But Godsent, you mentioned those slow rotates, Harry. Even after you said it, you think they'd speed up. No. Barton and Taco are waiting in library for like 5 more seconds, checking for, a lurker up long, because multiple times you have Fallen or Naf coming in on backstabs and, being a nuisance in that CT spawn. And considering Liquid had that top mid control earlier, Godsent are a little bit frazzled. They're a little bit scared. And so, yeah, Liquid instill that fear, and it slows down the retake possibility. Now, it's just a broke buy for Godsent. Still a good half from them, no matter how this is shaping up. But Liquid taking that lead on the T side is going to feel lovely.
Yeah, man. I even get the feeling like whenever we cut to the cameras and, you see, like, especially Taco just smiling away, like he is relishing at the opportunity to play versus his old friend and leader. You can just tell it.
Ooh.
Nav.
Calculated.
Yeah, it's all fine. It's all good. You think this Sloth gonna fall to his death? Not today, mate. Up on the boost. Lato with 1, but only 1. Dumao does burn out Elige and is now pushing with the MP9. He might have had a quiet game, but he's come alive in the last of the half. Oh, Dumao with all the kills at the top of Banana. And so this game split right down the middle. It is a series that's looking like it's gonna deliver. Team Liquid with 1 round to the good, but is that enough to stop Godsent?
Hey Future Pros, back on Inferno, and I wanted to show you the deep mid smoke that G2 popularized. To throw the smoke, get into the corner next to this bench. Aim at the top right corner of this support beam and jump throw the smoke. This smoke will keep the T's a
Those alike. Taco v Fallen. Phelps here as well. Let's get into the action.
Yeah, pistols out and a little B-pop coming in. Stewie and the Doolies don't have a good relationship. It's love, it's hate, and it's a B site given over to Godsent for free after they get 3 to open this one up. They even deal with Alicia's wrap down through the banana. And so Grim, 1v5, trying to come through.
Nope. Denied.
Yeah, so a very, very quick pistol round just sails right by, doesn't it? Liquid were very willing to fight, and that's a decision they come to regret.
Yeah, that little forcey-warsy here on the CT side. Put some money where your mouth is, but got him. And their pistols have looked really good in this tournament. I'm excited to see Nuke as well coming up next, right? It's their pick. It's one that Liquid have had trouble on, and it's where Godsent showed us that impeccable, retake setup, like deny against EG by boosting a player into heaven. Ooh, ooh. Careful.
Yeah, let's
careful.
Not give Latto too many to start this one. I like this. Contact into top mid. Fallen tries to deke Phelps out after tagging him with the scout. Naf will respond. Now armed with an AK. You know, giving Naf a gun, it's like giving a shark a sword, right? You've only made it even more dangerous.
Some sharks have that, actually. Swordfish, mate. Terrifying. Look them up. Sword on the face? That's not okay. That's unreasonable, in fact.
Oh, Naf going through with the flashbang and into the open, into the moors of Godsent.
Could have gone with Jaws there because we were talking about sharks.
Yeah,
Jaws
Jaws is the most famous shark out there.
I mean,
everyone
look at the size of those jaws.
Look out, Jaws is coming. I couldn't believe his cameo in that James Bond film. You know, Jaws.
He shrunk a bit. Nice teeth, though. Sorry, nice jaws, though.
Would you describe your mouth as a set of jaws or a set of, you know, white mashes?
White mashes?
Yeah, because teeth are white. Well, they are if you take good care of them. Mine are a color.
A color, yeah, you want to clarify?
It's already, you know, a bad statement to lean down with teeth because they are meant to just be white.
But you can't win them all, Harry.
No, mate, shout out. Getting dropped down the stairs when I was a baby. Really did a number on me.
What, on your teeth?
Well, yeah, you know, my teeth were involved in that.
How?
I just got thrown down a staircase, didn't I? Like,
who did that? Actually, maybe we don't need to get into
older sister, mate.
Oh.
Yeah, just drop me down the stairs, bro.
That's not cool, man. That's not cool.
Well, it's fine, you know. You only need them to do pretty much everything, so...
You made it this far.
Yeah.
Okay? Wow, you really put a somber tone on this.
If you have dental problems, call in. Drop down the stairs at work that wasn't your fault. Oh, Elise, she's going to need to call an injury lawyer after that one. Taco spams him out, Hugo. And that's the round, cracked wide open, like a fresh set of baby teeth, down a staircase.
Ow, stop going back to it, Harry.
Everything. It all comes back around.
Maybe it does. Maybe it explains a lot about you, but you know,
what's that supposed to mean?
I think you're a great guy, Harry. You care a lot about.
In spite of this,
yeah, you care a lot about other people, you know, because I guess she didn't care about you.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, shout out the Russell family one time. Bomb getting grabbed. There's no recovering this map, Harry. We've got to wait till new.
Yeah, Phelps creeping down the short side like a dental visit you're desperately putting off. Now fly. Ooh, here he is.
Oh.
Only good for one. And now just Stewart 2K left alive. There's smoke in the way, and that's never stopped him before, but Latto will.
Double digits, all right. We've got that first buy, though, for Liquid. It was all off the back of winning the pistol, Liquid's crazy force buy with Naf jumping through the smoke. You know, I admired it, but not going to set Liquid up for a round. This has to, though. To think that we were talking of a time where Liquid could be 11-4ing this half, and Godsend came out with that clutch 1v1 on the B-bomb site from Taco after almost losing a 4-on-2, and that's been all Godsend ever since. Fallen, AWP, none for Godsend. Not a team in a hurry to pull it out on the T side is this roster. That's fine, many won't, especially not on a map like Inferno. Oh, Stewie trying to get the info at any risk. Godsend have top B though. That's the Molotov to deny re-aggressions. Liquid still want to retake that area, or at least feign that they're doing so. Molly forces more utility, and Sui sees him coming. The barrel gives it up. Oh dear, spraying, pre-firing, and Naf getting a double as well. He's lit up Dumao. The bomb is loose. Godsend can grab it with the help of the smoke, but that's of little use. 2-on-5. Oh dear, Stewie's got another, and through the smoke, Barton getting sawed up. Mirror in the mouth. Check out those molars. Barton's got to go back.
Yeah, he's looking for a route back in. But aggroed from top B. 3 players there ready to swing him. There was no chance for Barton.
They sail him right back down the canal. One-way ticket. You hope your dentist visit isn't going to be a one-way ticket, but they could make it so anyway. And Godsend,
could be though.
Yeah, you never know.
You might have one of those dentists.
Ooh.
One of the ones you hear about on, you know, like
the X-Files.
Yeah, the X-Files, famous for covering notable murderous dentists, is Fallen. Professor taking the mid peak with the AWP.
Oh dear. Oh dear. And they battle, it rages on. Both sides getting swept up in it. Even seeing positions be traded. Fallen moves over with the AWP now. Lots of room being given in mid for Godsend if they want it, but Liquid have plenty of re-smokes. They've kept 4 at the minute mark. Like, that's impressive. A second one comes out in the round. Liege drops it on long. Still gives away mid. Maybe he has a gap. Looks like he does, but Fallen smoked up at top B. He's going to try to back up. 2 smokes left now for Liquid. Phelps sets up in middle. Bomb coming to join him. Grim in the pit. AWP is not going to play a factor here. It's up to the anchors. If Liquid can't hold on, then the B players are saving.
Oh, and Liege will win his fight along. Grim down in the pit isn't prepared to let them in. Up on the bike, and Grimathy with a second. Taco doing what he can, and what he can is a lot, but not enough. It's a nice little double on the spray. But he can't stop the rising tides of Team Liquid from tying this game up at 10-10.
It's getting scary, isn't it?
I knew it would be exciting. The thing is, I think Godsend, they probably have a few more little tricks up their sleeve that they're not really, looking to bring out in this matchup. Like they've always shown us something cool in every game we've had out of the Godsend squad. That nuke pistol still resonates in my mind, mate.
Sure, what could they possibly be saving strats for, Harry? I can't conceive what.
The major, Hugo, the big major.
2 mil. That's big money. That's mad money. Don't forget those stickers as well. They do pay out. Pre-fire D. Fallen's not worried. Stays on the angle. And he's nice and wide. Smoked out of middle. Taco's going to retrieve the bomb. Get out of there. And through the smoke and bananas, Stewie goes right through, peeking in and backstabbing Lato. Bomb, got to get up through ult. Liquid have so much real estate, they know their apps. There is nowhere else to be on the map. Spawn or T-apps. So Taco, goes back and gets his legs cut out from underneath him, losing the bomb and under, puts Barton in a 1-on-5. And really, you're just stalling at this point. You're delaying the inevitable. You have a Glock. They could have come in for you. Nice dink, but no one's going to give you much more.
Yeah, respect for, trying his hand at the burst. You can sometimes get a little stray kill off, but, there was never really much of a chance for Barton there. It shouldn't take a genius to figure that one out.
Now pause for Godsent as well. Coming back into a gun round, right, that was a full eco. They had no reason to get anything done there, but this one has to come in clutch for Godsent. Liquid are picking up steam right now. Heat rising.
And hot air does rise. That's backed by science, actually. I know Mr. Science. And he would agree with us there. Yeah. So now with Liquid, bringing this AWP out again, looking good on Fallen. I want to see what he's planning to do with it. He's got that mid spawn. That's why I'm intrigued. Fallen, the kind of guy who ain't afraid to take a bit of a peek. Instead, he's running a rotation over towards the short side. It's probably the boost to peek down middle. Here it is. Oh, nice. Well, only built it up for about 30 seconds, didn't we? And then misses the jump, throws the timing off, and you just go, yeah, let's not.
Yeah, plus that smoke is weird as well. It's nice and deep, so you could just get walked through. It's a bit risky. Fallen smokes off boiler, lets him focus on middle. No one would ever walk a smoke, right? As we spectate Stewie shooting through one down banana. Got to worry about those A1Ss, right? And not only less in the mag, but also less in the backpack on the ammo belt. You don't have as much as the A4 to just keep spraying smokes round after round. You've got to be a little bit careful. And yeah, Liquid leave, retake utility back in spawn. One of the teams we've seen do that a lot on a map like Inferno, even Vertigo as well. Mainly flashes more than anything, but nades can be good too. Now flashed off himself and getting back to the B site, going to call for Stewie's help. He has no utility. Stewie's scarpered some from the spawn. But Godsent were only trying to get the fear instilled in Liquid as they speed up an A hit.
Yeah, here they come. Over at long, and Liege trying to get on the right side of a motor smoke that might come in. Takes up a position in the site and is now ready for the fight. Fallen, they get past him. Grim down in the pit, can't hold the line, and with Fallen dead, it's a Liege who is going to get run down. This is a very clean Godsent round coming through, tying us up at 11-11. Unless a guy like Crazy Keith can come in with the 4K.
Oh dear, well there's one, but it's only a means to a save here for NAF. Godsent level the playing field, and yeah, Liquid didn't think that was an A hit. They were not convinced there. Stewie was rotating back. He was the fourth man back to A anyway, so he's able to float, but about 15 seconds left on the clock, and it goes very quiet as Godsent wait for another flash, and Stewie runs right back. I wonder what the comms are like in that moment. Not nice for Liquid. Grim may find that first kill as Godsent explode up short side, but then dropped on the pit. That missed shot from Fallen cost them everything.
Yeah, that one shot, and that is Counter-Strike in a nutshell. Like sometimes, like one shot missing when it really needs to hit can make the round fall apart because they lost the pit player. Suddenly Fallen is like not just having to worry about the guys down in pit, but he's having to hold short. The balcony as well. Grim can't help him because he's dead. And Elige was always playing, that kind of, like bait and switch corner, playing for this idea that they don't check him and he's able to get away with a multi-kill.
Yeah, there's not much room for error in an exec like that with 15 seconds on the clock, right? Like maybe it doesn't matter if it's early round, but because everyone's moving at the same time, everyone's trading, all the numbers are there. You only get so many shots before you get overwhelmed if you're an AWP in that position. So yeah, sometimes it can cost you a round like that. Trade work is good for Godsent. Oh no, Stewie stuck between two mollies. One of them was his teammates, the front one in front of the half wall that he was trying to stand, he didn't think that was there. He was trying to stand in front of the car molly, and it's his teams that pushes him back into his opponents. Maybe he could have gone further down.
Oh, they're calling a full gamble in response to Stewie's untimely death. They go, all right, look.
Oh, no.
Group up everyone on A. Grim, first kill found. Oh, makes it a double. Grim, not going to let them take Pit away. The Viper strikes again, and now it is just Taco in the 1v4. Grim has torn the round apart. And this decision, this gamble after Stewie's death at top banana, well, Team Liquid reaped the reward of it. Taco has given up his position now, and there's Grim to close it with 4. Wow. Hell of a round out of the guy.
Yeah, the full rotate, but it's only one man that needs to be there, right? It's only one man needed, as Grim absolutely dices them up. That's so awkward for Stewie. You can see there's that little gap that he's in initially, and then, you know, the molly's always spread until the final second, and that's when he just gets cooked. Doesn't matter, though. Godsend expect Liquid to reinforce that B site. They do the opposite. They do the inverse. And Godsend, it's fine. It's not the end of the world, but it is the money getting delayed for one more. So this was a game that was going back and forth. Now it's 2 for 3 for Liquid off the back of that one. So 13-11, the likely outcome, as Godsend just bring P250s and Deagles. Moving up banana.
Maybe Stewie should just feed at the start of the round, and then they should just gamble every round. Why not? Fallen with this peek down banana, doesn't want to give the AWP away to Pistols, so he's being pretty measured in how he approaches this. Spam, gone. Oh, they boost up. And now Fallen, now I imagine he's looking to do some damage, out for his revenge. There ever was a time to start spamming this wall, it's now. You've just seen them boosting on the other side of it. He holds, Lato, good for the trade. Big trade at that. If you deal with this AWP, you're in the money. But instead, Stewie's come in just at the right time to bail Fallen out. So Godsend are going to regroup and look for the A play with Taco already out in top mid. They're right where they want to be.
Yeah, you need D kills here. Maybe that headshot angle on Pick could be nice, but Grim is timing his peaks and he's just trying to draw them into Elige. Flash going in for him. He peeks with the flash. It does blind him as Elige is still spraying, but Grim should have his cover as they get close. Elige does not wait. He just moves in. Through the smoke is Dumao, and so he's caught them off guard, but no more than one. It's Grim to trade, Liquid to keep it fairly clean. A couple of casualties here and there, but they're on the right track. They're on the right path to a win on their map. Needed, I'd say, given their recent nuke results and Godsend as well. Obviously, you know, these recent Liquid games on nuke, if you're looking at numbers alone, you've got to remember they are against tier 1 EU opposition, right? A win to Fnatic, a couple of losses to Astralis and Heroic, big as well. So, respectable games.
Yeah, you know, like legit losses to have in the repertoire.
And close games, worth noting. But still, something to keep in mind, as Godsend have been grinding that map. And we've seen that already in this tournament. Liquid wouldn't want to get 2-0'd here. And so they won't.
You know,
it's the hope.
Yeah, there we go.
Not done yet.
Good. You bailed yourself out with the ending. Oh, bind, smoke, spam. Fallen wasn't even looking for a fight there, bro. He's holding on to bedroom, and he gets spammed out from the stairs. There is no way you could have seen that one coming if you're Liquid, and it's going to leave your defense split 2-2. Maybe even feeling tempted to gamble. Rotates this light bitty utility over towards the top of B, has kept bodies here. And with this util coming in, I'm almost wondering if this is the B fake into the A play, right? I feel like you've been pretty blasé about your attempt to take this top banana control. Normally that's with the intention of keeping bodies in this B bomb site for the bomb to go elsewhere. Now you lob the utility up into the top of mid, giving the illusion that you've taken that map control. And yeah, Godsend will start to group for this A play. So it's the B fake into the late A. Grim with the turn. 180.
This guy.
And he locks in the 4-on-4. Now they dig deep. They dig in this A bomb site. Grim dead up on the balcony. Elige in the pit with the swing. First man down, but Phelps walks the long smoke. And so Godsent should be in with a winner here.
I love that call for Godsent as well. That's the second time they've done it, right? Just getting a guy late through the long smoke, and the rest of the players on card just live. They just stall as they know no one's ever going to be looking Moto side. Stewie's spinning 360s, clearing everything he can, but then they take him and Naf out with ease. No problem for Godsent. And yeah, it's a really nice call because, you know, you get so much attention on short. Even Elige, who has not been spotted, is dumping util to try and buy time. And even though he gets a kill off of that flashbang, you know, Godsent don't regress, they don't chase the trade. They know that Phelps is calling, guys, wait, I've got him. There's no one checking me here. I've got so much room on long side, and just walks through. That's the kill that wins the round right there. Otherwise, if Elige is able to get back into pit, buy time, stall it out, Godsent don't have a molly, and suddenly Liquid could win that round. Not today. It's so back and forth. It's so unsure, uncertain. And Liquid, this is the round where it could slip through their fingers like dust. No money left up if they lose it. Fallen's got his AWP, but he's had a bit of a quiet one. Fighting up at top B, smoked and spammed. There's nothing he can do as he tries to put out the Molotov. Dumal provides the opener, and Godsent go back to mid.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I gotta say, I still love Taco's mid-rounding with how he plays this, especially if they're able to work that early pick. Like, it must feel infuriating. They give you long enough to get in your own head and start to shuffle numbers around, and then, you know, they always feel like they're picking right. This round gonna be the B play, only Nafly here.
If he gets smoked and he doesn't get a spam, he might just save, he might just give it up. He's going to go for it, right? Like, you're one guy in position to try and win the round here. He's not smoked off, and so he does get one and a bit more damage. Can Sui capitalize a little bit? But they jump the shots. Beautiful work for Godsent. Dancing their way into the bomb site, and that's forced Liquid's hand. Nothing they can do but run away. They can't even rebuy in the next round as well. They've got some loss, but, you know, you should just be saving on the other two. And Liquid, this one is getting scary. Godsent never quitting. You almost want Fallen to play in for an aggressive round and try and find an opening kill to just take some of the pressure off of Liquid's back right now, but at the same time, he's having a bit of a slow game, and, you know, as you said, Godsent are playing these defaults early and nice. Not giving away these first fights. 13 all, anyone's game.
Oh, they're scavenging something together.
Yeah.
Yeah, that leaves you all in, though, Hugo.
Yeah, you're playing for OT if you lose this round.
Which I can't imagine, you know...
The reason you do this is because, you know, firstly you got 13, so you're very close anyway. It's only 2 rounds. But then also, you're, you know, if you eco on the other 2 and you presumably lose this round, that's how you plan for the future. You say, if we lose this round, because if you win, you always buy. If you lose this round and you had the, you know, USPs on 2, you only get... Your next gun round is 4,400. You don't have an AWP, you don't have full util. At least this gives you 2 real buys. This is one of them, though, and it's not a real buy. It's a bit broken, but it might just work. Grim's done damage. They're dropping into the pit, and Grim swings with a flashbang. He needs to kill them. 2 guys right below him. Grim doesn't take the opportunity. Didn't know they were in. Fallen finds one, but Grim gets naded out, and a wasted opportunity on this A site. It could still be grabbed back by Stewie, but he's the only man who can do it.
He's getting rushed out. Taco! Oh. Taco, you madman! He wants the win. He wants it. Will admittedly died in Naf, but it's fine. It should be all well and good. 2 of them are low. Maybe if Naf gives them a look, and, you know, if you face the right players, maybe. Re-smoke.
Okay.
Boom. That's Spartan dead. Now they better util smoke through Moto. That's going to tempt the spam out through pit, so you start to piece together where these bodies are. You still don't know about that second man, right? You know that Lato is down in the pit. You don't know where Dumao is. And so time ticking away. Naf is saving. It's a Godsent round. They're up to 14.
He'd love to go for it because he knows that, you know, the way the Godsent are playing is very execute-heavy style and not really giving you, like, lurk kills or one man dead early. Like, you are not going to win this follow-up round with a hero rifle, right? Because it's going to be an eco for Liquid. They should save a lot of money here. They shouldn't be buying too heavy to get that last round investment. But yeah, you're going to be hard-pressed to win a round here if you're NAF. That's so weird for Grim. I don't know what went on. Didn't know they'd fallen in.
No, that is insane. That has to be like gun model blocking the vision of the players.
I think they were right in front of him.
Bro, I don't know.
I don't know.
Like,
I think you're reaching, Harry.
I'm trying to come up with reasons because that's not a Grim mistake to make.
Yeah, it's Grim, all right. He looked pissed and like, I don't know. Maybe the pressure getting the better of you, maybe too many comms, getting frantic there. That's one that's going to...
Maybe it's like hiding in plain sight, right? Like
They're just sitting there, bro.
Like not moving.
Health. Oh.
But that could have been the round. It was right there.
It's a nightmare fuel moment. Okay, Naf, I said you can't win a round like this with a hero gun, but what can you do? Oh, Stewie's gone through the smoke. Deagle to grab for Fallen. And Naf begins his rotate.
Elise hears him.
No, don't you dare.
Okay, there's one. And that's it. The counter stops at 1. Naf gets boosted up in CT, but now that Godsent have seen that, now that they've dealt with the lurking player, they're anticipating a stack in this B site. Their patience could get rewarded.
There's nothing wrong with Fallen feeding here. It might bait them into the boost spot, but, you know, again, one guy, one mag, 4 enemies. It's not going to be an easy round. Grim's just committed. He can't do anything about it. It's all on Fallen. Just if killing one here sets Naf up, even drawing the attention might be nice. But we're clutching at straws. We're begging for answers for Godsent. It's a red carpet right now. Naf turns from the flash. He lets them in. That's fine. Dumao dead. Naf falls off, but the spam through the smoke is a problem. Naf, he's got a gap, and he almost finishes the job, but Fallen dies with nothing done, and now Naf behind a Molotov. Can't let it tick him. Down to 3. Playing with fire, playing with health, and playing with hearts, but it might just be a Godsent round nonetheless.
Yeah, Naf so nearly dead, mate. Grim might have to come up huge with a CZ. This should be Godsent up onto 15. They've not struggled at all at converting these man advantage rounds. They're just not peaking. They're not giving you a reason to go for this if you're Liquid. And so Grim is playing for damage. He's playing to take players down with the bomb. That is desperate. And even then, missed opportunities for Grimothy. 15 on the board. Godsent looking like they could pick up this map, just one away from it.
Incredible. You got to give it to Taco as well, right? This calling on the T side has been immense, man. Every clutch must-win round for Godsent in both halves. They've seemingly come out to keep them in this game. Taco as well. He's 4-0 in opening duels. He may be bottom of the board. Sorry, 5-0 in opening duels. Bottom of the board, but having huge impact and finding these entry kills here for Godsent.
You might be saying, you're like, no one could have seen this coming. No one could have thought this far ahead. But Hugo, you're sat next to the one guy that's
the true prophet.
Really repping, Godsent through. And it's not over yet. It's not over yet.
Done.
Let's see. Can Team Liquid hold on?
Yeah, this is super sick for Godsent. Just even in the previous round, killing a Liege on the back line and back they go. They reset, they go quiet, they go cold. You just make Liquid doubt themselves there. And that's all this half has been. Liquid doubting themselves at times. Even back to Grim in the pit. Maybe if Liquid win this series and we get an interview, we can find out what that's about. But, oh my goodness, Stewie picks Doom out off the top of the boost. Lato burns in the molly to 2. And like we said, it's not done, Harry. Back to spawn with you. Is there an orb dropped? There is. They planned for every occasion. Lato went back to T-spawn to get an orb in case he got low, because he knew they had the money to buy it here and lose it, and it would mean nothing.
That's just, the Taco huge brain mentality. Wow. They are ready for anything. Fallen had a bit of a worrisome time in these last few rounds. Well, he's left holding on to long alone. That bomb is going all the way back towards being Fallen is beginning an early rotation. Re-smoking at top banana. If you wait for that to fade, you're going through with about 8 seconds left on the clock. So you're going to have to push it. And they walk the smoke. Naf deletes Phelps with the opener. Barton will answer back with one in response. It's a 4-on-3, but the B bomb site is lost. You're going to have to retake this one, Liquid.
Well, Barton's on top of Coffins as well. If Naf tries to peek into this smoke, he might just be dead. Barton with a shot and Fallen again. We've had these constant gaps in CT smokes. The lineups aren't even good, but Liquid can't find a way back in. Fallen provides one. Lato trades with that retrieved AWP on Grim, sneaking in as noise is made by Elige. Oh, Taco's dead, looking nowhere. Lato's in the corner, 2 health. 1 shot will do it. They know exactly where he is, at least which side he is, but not in the cubby. Peeks out, misses the shot, and Elige will convert as the defuse comes in. This game rages on, and Liquid, one more for overtime. My goodness.
I think, you know, regardless of the outcome in this first map now, it is so impressive that Godsent have put Liquid through their paces like this, right? Throughout the entirety of the group, Liquid went pretty much unchallenged. You know, like, teams might have made it close, but no one was able to steal the win away. No one was able to force them to go the distance like this, bar Extremum. Right, but even then, you know, you kind of look at that. There's a lot more tenure and experience on that squad than there are for the majority of these Godsent players outside of Taco and Phelps.
Yeah, they took the double AWP. I mean, for Godsent, yeah, first major for many of these guys.
So this is either going to be the first map going against Liquid in this in the entire NA RMR so far, or we run it back, we go to overtime, and Liquid can keep that flawless streak intact.
You know, Godsent want to be that team to do it. They want to be the team to ruffle the feathers. One man at B, making a gamble, but Stewie on his own. Clock not yet apparent. 4 on A, Liquid convinced, but Godsent have loved a little late round B execute, and they're making a lot of noise A early. Bomb goes back mid. Lato sits in Banana. Looks like the A commit. Looks like they're going into the stack.
Yeah, Fallen holding this long angle. He's going to get smoked off. Going to try and hit a timing shot. Fallen very close, but no rewards for that. They're out in top mid. They're pressuring Pit, Grim. Oh, there's the entry for Phelps. Now, they don't know about the graveyard player of Elige, who tries to steal the round away, but all the kills belong to Godsent. They trade it favorably. They go into the stacked site. 4 players there for Liquid, and they manage to emerge in a 2-on-1. Stewie 2K left in the clutch. The boy of NA to try and keep Team Liquid in this map.
Kids on the ground as well. Godsent not giving away an inch, not giving away any info. They're tucked in for a trade first. Player spotted, but Dumal's not going to go back. Surely not. He does. Headshot angle. It's a risky one. Stewie's getting double phased, and the map is done. Tac go to close, and it feels only just as Godsent upset Liquid on their map pick of the series. We now go to Godsent's home ground of Nuke, and with Liquid on the back foot, what could happen here?